and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrante, proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I'm delighted to be supporting the GhanaWeb road safety campaign. Let's be brutally frank. We are losing too many of our compatriots. The last time I checked the statistics, at the end of April, 1,034 Ghanaians had lost their lives to road crashes. We cannot continue on this trajectory. More people have died on our roads than COVID has killed during this pandemic period. That's really striking. We cannot continue doing the same thing and yet expect different results. Expect that some way, somehow, we'll reverse this deadly trend. We need to end the fatalities. We need to end the road crashes. We all now must take greater responsibility. Make sure our cars are serviced, our brakes are serviced regularly. We must ensure that as car owners, we do not hand over our cars to drivers or to our children who have not been properly licensed to use our vehicles. And let us just watch the speed and be extra cautious on our roads. Let's obey road traffic regulations and respect the signage on our roads. The carnage, the fatalities cannot continue. We must end the mass murder that is going on in our country due to road traffic accidents. It has to end, beginning from me, beginning from you. So let us do right and let us save lives.
In Mombasa,
we say Asanteni.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. Guys, I am in Mombasa, in a village called Choi. I'm not here alone. I'll introduce her to you later. You're wondering why I'm dressed like this. Carolina, come around. Yay! Let them see how we look.
Guys, hey,
yes.
I'm Carolina. So, Carolina with a K.
Yes, she's also a YouTuber, and she brought me to her village to experience how the village life here in Mombasa. Yes. Tell us more about your village.
So in this village is in Mombasa, Kenya, Kilifi County. It's a Chonyi village, so we are coming to experience Giriama life in the village. We want to see how it goes.
So we are dressed like this because we are maidens, and the reason why we have beads here is because we are looking for husbands. We are single. So this is how the single ladies dress here. So due to civilization, most of them don't dress like this, but this was how it was in the past. And so we are here to experience. Go and show her some love on her YouTube channel.
Please, my channel is Carolina Kamami, Carolina with a K. Come to my channel and support me. We'll also be doing more videos with this beautiful girl from Ghana. Stay tuned.
Let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
So a usual routine here in her village, come, is weeding. So we are going to weed. This is her farm. So we are going to weed this part and then fetch some firewood to cook. I mean, that's what happens here, right?
Yeah. So now this is a normal routine. We're just weeding because we have vegetables here. We want to get them and go cook some lunch. So,
so which of them are the vegetables?
This one. It's called mchicha.
Mchicha.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we cut them from the roots like this?
Yeah, we can cut them like that. But in Kwaribu, what we do, we just use them like this so that they can grow some other time.
Oh, I just killed the plant. Okay, so you just harvest this. Okay. So then why are we using the show?
This one is for removing the weeds. Here.
Oh, the weeds.
Lightly, because the sand is so soft, you see?
Oh, so which ones are the weeds? So while I'm harvesting some plants, it's used to prepare. This is what I'm going to use to prepare lunch. She's also cutting down some weeds. So you can show it to her. this is what I have harvested now, and so yeah, that's the update. We are going to use this to prepare our lunch. I'm so excited. I mean, it's so fun. The routines is also to be sweeping, so I'm sweeping with Carolina, and they use this palm branch. Is it palm or coconut?
What is this? This is coconut.
Coconut, yes. They use coconut. This is what they used to use in the past. Due to modernization, now they have like proper brooms, but this is what they used to use in the past, and they still use it here in this village. So yeah. Of course, before cooking, we have to wash our hands, and this is what we just did. They are so lucky here in the village. They already have like taps, and so yeah, I mean, I can't wait to taste their local delicacy. She says it's going to be a meal I will enjoy, and I've already tried ugali, and so I mean the coconut fish stew is going to be fish stew is going to be different.
You're making the ugali yourself. It's not big.
Oh,
we are making
okay.
Yes.
They said I am making the ugali. Ugali is just like banku or akple, and so it's nothing different from my culture. So yeah, I'm coming along with you. Let's go.
Like that.
So the market came to us. This time around, we don't have to go to the market. The market is here with us. And so we have some leaves, we have some vegetables. So this is how the firewood looks like. We're going to be using this. And our firewood we bought from the market. This is how their pot looks like. And this is also going to be our stew. It's quite a small kitchen we are going to be preparing our meal from. So yeah, I'm coming along with you. I'm super excited about this. So yeah, look at this mat. Auntie is showing us how the mat looks like. We are going to prepare everything here. It's also such that you can even lie on the mat like this. So yeah. The leaves from the stem, so you get them, and then you remove the bad ones out. All these ones are good. You can see it's so fresh, and so it's just from the farm. This is an example of the bad ones. It's an example of the bad ones, and so yeah, so you just take the good ones out. On the coconut now. Yes. I've drunk all. It's not sweet. Because it's grown, that's why it's not sweet.
Yeah. But it's an experience.
Yeah.
We have the coconuts, the nazi, and we have our traditional grater here, and this is how we do it. Matu utakuja hii side ingine. Kwa hapo haitaonekana.
Oh, so you grate it till it becomes... Oh, wow.
It becomes very fine.
Can I try it?
Yeah, please. So now you've learned how to grate.
Yes. Look.
Show us your effort.
Look what I got. And of course, it's edible.
Yeah, very.
Instead of using it to cook, I'm rather eating it. In the open this time around because the kitchen is very small for the three of us to contain. And then we are about to prepare our vegetables. So Auntie is helping. Auntie, please come. Auntie and Carol are helping us prepare. So we are putting it on fire with water, right?
No.
No water?
No water.
Oh, okay. So they'll just cover it.
Cook your vegetables with water?
Yes, a little water and salt. Do you add salt?
Yeah, we add salt.
Oh, okay.
But now it's going to steam itself. And it's going to go down by itself. But una record.
So Auntie is preparing the fish now. She has to wash it, remove the bad ones, and she's using salmon. Coconut milk to prepare the food. They have to remove the chaff out of the milk to get the milk out of the coconut. So that's what she's doing now. Okay. She has started doing the ugali. The ugali is the powdered maize mixed together with water and it's on fire. She's doing a lot because she's doing a lot for the family, not only us. It has brought a lot of people from all over, so she's doing it for the family. So this is how it looks like.
Porridge, and then later, once the porridge is cooked, you now add the flour.
Guys, it's just like preparing akole, so it's not really difficult. So the ugali is ready. It's actually very quick, less than 10 minutes. It's ready. This is how it looks. And guys, I've been waiting for so long. I can't wait to just dig in. I'm so hungry. I can't make them in. Look at my stomach. It's so flat. I can't wait to have a full belly. How excited are you two?
So excited, so exhausted. Can't wait to just eat right now.
Our meal is ready. Let me see how it looks like. Yummy. So how was the soup prepared?
So this is the fish inside, and then the tomatoes were just put on top, and the onions and pepper, pili pili, and then the coconut water,
coconut milk
that we made. Yeah, it was just put inside, and then it's just put covered and boiled just like that.
Okay.
Once it boils, it's ready.
So do you add salt
to taste? Yeah,
okay.
That's the only spice, natural spices.
What about the vegetables?
They're coming.
Yeah, they're bringing the vegetables.
Yeah. Oh,
bring it closer. Oh, salt. Okay, so this is the vegetables. The leaves we plucked this morning. Yeah. And this is how it looks like. Yummy.
And it has a little bit of coconut inside.
Coconut milk.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is mine. This is how it's being served. The vegetables and then the fish sauce with kugali. So I'm going to have what's the food meal called?
It's ugali na samaki wanazi.
Nasamaki wanazi.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be having this for lunch, and you guys, they're going to be tasting it, and I will definitely share my comments. So this is how the ugali looks like. Yeah.
Wow. Lemon.
Oh, you add lemon to it?
Yeah, we add lemon so that it doesn't smell too fishy.
But you can do without lemon
if you want. But
oh,
for
wow.
us, we already used. We like the
taste. Okay, so I'm going to taste it without the lemon, and then I will taste it with the lemon and see the difference and see. Oh, you add it to the soup.
Yeah, like that.
Wow.
Just to bring some zing. So you just taste without, and then you put.
Okay, so I'm going to taste it without the soup. Then I will taste it with the lemon.
So let's start.
Ugali is best used with your hands. So this is how it looks like
this.
Oh, okay.
You should take a big piece now.
Okay.
Make it to a bowl.
Yeah.
And then make
a hole.
Yeah. Now dig in.
This is nice.
Put the lemon.
Yeah.
So nice.
This is nice. This is very nice. Guys, I'm not even lying. This is nice. Okay, so I think guys, I'm not even lying at all. This is really good. This is really good. The ugali is just like akplen that we eat close to like Bangkok, but they don't add salt, so it's a little, it gets hard in no time. So it's best to eat it very hot, and it's currently very hot from fire to plate. So you must make sure your soup is already ready. As soon as you prepare the ugali, then you eat, and you can eat it raw, just that there's no taste if it is raw. It's kind of just bland. Yeah, plain. And then this is the soup. There's nothing also different because it's just like light soup, fish, and then vegetables. And it's amazing. I was skeptical about the what's it called, the coconut milk, but I feel like you don't even taste it's coconut because it's cooked. It just tastes like what's it called, granite paste soup, like peanut butter soup. Yeah, that's how it tastes, and it's nice with the fish. It's good, to be honest. I feel like it will go well with gari in West Africa more. Yeah, the soup.
What is gari made of?
Gari is made of cassava.
Oh, cassava.
Yeah, cassava that has been grated and stirred, and so you can prepare it just the way like you prepare
go perfectly
with gari. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's also a good staple here. It's one of this is their only staple here in
ugali,
Kenya. So yeah, it's a very popular. It's a very popular dish here.
Yeah.
The only thing different is the fact that they don't add salt to the ugali, and so there is no taste when it comes to the ugali. Apart from that, I think the meal is perfect.
But the taste comes out when you now mix the soup with the ugali.
Yes.
The taste brings out the taste.
Yeah. So I realized they make their soup more spicy in terms of the salt, so that it goes well with the ugali because there is no salt in the ugali. Yeah. So guys, while I was swallowing the ugali, she is busily chewing it, and I'm wondering. She says they don't chew, they don't swallow.
As we just chew, but let me try just swallowing. I'm not going to take. Oh my goodness.
You can't swallow?
Wow, we're not used to it.
So you chew it?
We do it like this.
Then you chew it. Oh my goodness. See, these are the things, if you don't travel, you would not get to see. Different culture, different things are done differently, different foods, different environments, different people, different everything. This is so different, but not so different because we are all Africans, and it's such a beautiful experience. You should experience it whenever you come to Mombasa, whenever you come to Kenya. Try their meals, try ugali. Don't stick to what you know. Try something new, try something different. And so this brings us to the end of this video. Guys, let me know in the comment section, have you tried ugali before? Have you tried a local meal in Mombasa before? Have you been to Africa before? Have you been to Kenya before? If you haven't, try and visit, try a local meal. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks to Carolina for having me in her home. Do also subscribe to her YouTube channel.
I'm still enjoying my meal. So nice.
Until next time, on my next video is the Kenya experience.
Bye.
I don't want to leave you because I love you so much. Mwah. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
This is what we know. Every one of the 275 members of parliament in this 8th parliament of Ghana's 4th Republic will receive at least $100,000 to purchase vehicles as members of parliament. This is one of those topical issues, and here at GhanaWeb TV, we are in town to get people's reactions on what they think about this loan facility. Is it a good timing or not? My name is Eche Atisu. Let's bring you their reactions now.
I think that first of all, we know how Ghana is. Ghana is not just any first world country in a way. We are a third world, we are not developing, and we have so many issues and a whole lot of list of preferences. So we giving MPs loans to, I don't know, kind of buy cars. First of all, I don't see the real need, because when you look at MPs, even their salaries and ex-gracias alone, it's unknown. I can't even talk about it. So I don't know. And we have a lot of issues in Ghana, especially no roads, no schools, no hospitals. You know, a whole lot of a lot of issues that should be tackled first. Even if that thing is even considered in Parliament, I think that they should rather, tackle the pressing needs. People are dying. No beds in the hospitals. There are a whole lot of accidents going on. We are thinking about giving loans to MPs, and also we're paying first ladies and all of that. I think Ghana, we have to have a break, and I think the citizens of Ghana should also rise, because this is getting too unbecoming.
I think the loan should be given by case to case, because for some of the MPs, I'm sure the campaign has drawn a huge amount of their money, so they don't have money to buy cars for themselves. So in order to save ourselves the risk of having these MPs use illegal means to get these cars, they should check, the government should check, auditing, they should have audit, they should audit the accounts of these MPs to see those who need these cars and give them these loans. But I think the rate of the loans which is given is really, really bad, because we have other people in the health sector and those who urgently need loans, doctors who are contributing a lot to the country's health service, who need cars, but they are not given. So I think government should set their priority right, and they should do it case by case, because we know certain MPs who have been in Parliament for 3 terms. They already have cars, so why are they supposed to be made eligible to receive loans to get other cars when they have numerous of cars parked? I treat the government to examine the loan policies given to the MPs and think about the best way to solve this matter.
Oh, a guy here, because if you are a dollar, if I never Ghana, as a sepa, a gamati, I'll check when I'm to come with you. Miako, I want any, and Manamo Hiola. I'll never loan a figure all a gapoga heifer. Maybe you're to Miokutumo, Hogalavaco heiferma. A door miller Buja Yaku, I did a Mioku to my batch of Hobalunga.
This gentleman disagrees that MPs should be given loans because he believes that the monies could be channeled into other areas. Much as it's a loan, he says, even if it's a loan, where are they going to get the monies from to pay back? Aren't they going to get it from we, the taxpayers? So for that reason, he doesn't think that it's right for MPs to be given such huge monies as loans to get vehicles.
The MPs taking loan for now. I think for now it's not necessary, because looking at the condition of service, the way the youth are agitating for better condition of service, I think instead of giving that loans to the MPs, they can rather channel it to where employment can be created, where the youth can also be given some employment to do. And also, most of the MPs are using car, and I don't see the need why they should go and have another car again. That would be another double, they say double salary, but there is another double salary, because old MPs are having cars, the current MPs too are having cars. So with me, I think with the current loan issue, I think it's not necessary for now. But if they would rather invest it into other employment opportunities, which will offer employment to the youth service, I think that will rather help Ghana than giving the loans to the MPs.
Actually, it's not necessary to buy a car, because for me, I know MP who was doing the campaign season. He share about flat screen TV, about 15 or 20 of them. Some of them buy motors. So where do they get the money from? So when they come to power, they tell us that they don't need a car. They need a car to go to work. But meanwhile, some of them have about 4 or 5 cars. So I think they are creating to themselves and it. That's it. Because they can't tell me you don't have a car to go to just Parliament, and during the campaign you have about 5 or 6 cars going to campaign. So where do they car from? It's for them. So it means they don't give the money to them.
The conclusions from the streets are that if these options were left to people, they would have channeled these monies into other areas apart from loan facilities to purchase vehicles. And those have been your views here on Trending GH for GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello, my name is Kofi Ochri Dakwa, and I'm very excited to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Once you get behind your steer, you should know that you're not the only one that you're protecting. You're also protecting other people. So please conform to what you see on the road in terms of the speed limits, go by the speed limits. Another thing I'd like to say is that please, no matter how small it is in terms of alcohol, once you know you're going to drive, don't drink. So go ahead, do the right thing, save a life.
The vision of the aviation sector is to position Ghana as the preferred aviation hub for business in West Africa. The Kotoka International Airport has recently been expanded to make it one of the best connected countries in the world. The Tamale and Kumasi airports, being upgraded to the status of international airports, will be completed to open up opportunities and connections to Ghana. Smaller airports such as the Sunyane and Takrady airports will be expanded to handle current and future capacity requirements, including emergency, medical, and tourism purposes. The vision of the maritime sector is to provide
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and thank you for joining us here at the Ministry of Information for our very first brief for this week. This afternoon, we have two briefs to share with you. The first will be delivered by the Director General of the National Development Planning Commission, and it has to do with a very important constitutional requirement that we are in the process of fulfilling. If you look at the Constitution 1992, Article 36, Clause 5 requires a president, when elected, to prepare and submit to the entire country more or less a 4-year governance program, the actual program with which you would govern. You may have said some things during your campaign and responded to some things during your campaign, but when you win power, the Constitution under Article 36(5) requires you to put together a coordinated program of your social and economic policies and submit same to the country through Parliament. We're in the process of fulfilling this, and the NDPC will this afternoon update us on the consultations that are ongoing to complete and deliver this to the people of Ghana through the Parliament of Ghana. Additionally, there are a couple of other things that the NDPC has been embarking upon, and they would update us on that, including Ghana's participation in the 2021 UN Food Systems activities. And then, like how they keep saying, so how do you predict and how do you know that if you do this to this part of the economy, this is the kind of growth, this is the kind of jobs that you will get? They've been developing what they call the Ghana macroeconomic model. It will go a long way to help our economic development agenda. They'll spend some time to share it with us this afternoon. Also this afternoon, the government of Ghana has just completed its mid-year review, or its internal mid-year review of work done so far. The President and the senior government officials, ministers and advisors just completed a 3-day retreat at the Peduasi Lodge. Key among the developments that have been reviewed and on which action is about to be taken very quickly are, of course, the economy, and then our increasingly worrying situation when it comes to terrorism and piracy that appears to be closing in on us from our northern borders and then from the coasts. And I have a brief to share with you on those developments. But first, let me introduce to you some of the dignitaries who are here with us. Dr. Winifred Enim Odami, Senior Technical Advisor to the Director General. Mrs. Crispina Boame, Chief Accountant. Dr. Nano Parijan, Officer in charge of M&E. Mrs. Angela Mefa Yaboy, Acting Director, General Services. Dr. Felix Aduyobo, Director, Development Policy and Planning. And while at that, let me ask to come to the podium the Director General of the NDPC, Dr. Kojo SCM Mensa Abrampa, who will take us through the first brief this afternoon. And then when he's done, I will deliver the brief on the economy and security as well. Doc, welcome.
And good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much, my good friend and Honorable Minister, for information. This afternoon, we are honored from the National Development Planning Commission to have been granted this big opportunity to address the nation and then bring them to be familiar with what we've been doing at our corner there, opposite the Jubilee House. We have a clear mandate, which is in the Constitution, the Article 87, which gives us two primary responsibilities. The first one is to advise the President on issues related to policy strategies and also programs and projects of planning in the country. The second one is to embark upon key studies and also be able to develop development plans, rolling plans for the country, the long-term, medium-term, and the short-term perspectives, which then fits into our budget for all the implementation results that we realized. So this afternoon, we're going to go through our logical process of how we develop these plans and what we're doing currently, and then also take up the issue of going forward, how we're dealing with the critical issues of food and nutrition security, preparing ourselves for the big global conference which is coming up in New York in September. And then so the second part, a process which we initiated some time ago on the Ghana macroeconomic model and the result that is coming from it and its effect and implications for our country. And then finally, we'll give you tidbits about the crucial assignment we're currently on, which is the development of the medium-term development plan for the years 2022 to 2025, as the one we're currently going through is ending in 2021. Thank you very much. So that's how we're going to go. Let me start by saying that there have been a lot of discussions, and I hear it sometimes in the media and also on the corridors of departments and even the private sector. Oh, we don't have a plan in the country. Oh, where are we going? Yes, we have a plan and plans. And we've had plans for a very long time. The key thing about plans is the implementation, because it begins with the process of, first of all, listening to the people, okay? And that is the basic one. We've gone through the best time for planning is now, because we have a long perspective plan which looks at where we would like to be as a country at the time that will be 100 years. And it's looking at it in 4 phases. Giving for ourselves a goal by which Ghana will be an industrialized and economic and inclusive economy so far as development is concerned. Looking at the second area where we can say that, yes, we have equitable access to social facilities and be able to enhance and create our human capital. The third area is looking at how we can also develop in terms of our technology, in terms of our infrastructure, and in terms of the settlements that we live in and organize ourselves as human beings and people from Ghana, and how this will also relate to the environment that we live in to make it sustainable. The third area has to do with the issue of governance, how we can live as safe people, people united with a common pursuit, and be able to establish institutions that can sustain our development. These are long-term perspectives. Through this long-term perspective, it comes interface, what we call political technical interface, because this is a technical document which thinks about the future, bringing in the risk, identifying some of the things that we can do potentially, and then leveraging on international situations for our development. The second area is also the political perspective, that a manifesto has been sold. There's a conviction of a leader who has gone round the country and sold an idea to the people, and the people have given the leaders the mandate to rule the country. And therefore, there is the need to have an interface of this technical document and this political perspective. And it is a dialogue of this document which results in what we call the Coordinated Program for Economic and Social Development Policies. So it becomes a document which fertilizes these ideas, the conviction, political convictions and processes, and also the technical projections. At this juncture, it is sent to Parliament for approval. Once it goes to Parliament for approval, it becomes a national document. And I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that document, the coordinated program. There's one which is run from the year 2017. And as the minister said, as soon as the president is elected by the 35+5, you're supposed to produce that, given a 2-year margin. And as I said, this is the best time for planning, because for the last one in 2017, we did not go through 2 years. By the first 6 months of the presidency, this document had been produced and submitted to Parliament in October that very year. So for the first time in our history, we had a coordinated program, which is a harmonized vision of this country, bringing in the elected and then also bringing in the technical dimension to pull together to give us a vision for our country for the next 4 years, was approved by the Parliament by the October that first year. And so it was a good time for planning, meaning that we're able to develop the medium-term development framework, which is the specific activities for every sector to pursue in order to achieve this concerted vision, was also produced in that very year. And therefore, the very first year, we were able to have a budget the following year, which was influenced by this thinking. And I'm sure a lot of you saw that, because the framework is also what indicates to the various sectors, the regional coordinating councils, and the district assemblies what they are supposed to do. And this is currently what we are pursuing. So you look at it, the long-term perspective, the coordinated program, which looks at 8 years, and then also the development framework, which looks at specifically 4 years. Why we do that is that, in that sense, you're able to reduce the assumptions from that whole period of about 40 years into 8 years, and consequently into a 4-year period, where the assumptions are very, very perceptible and most probably coming up. So that's what we did, and that's what we're going through. That we did the first phase, we are going through a second phase, which is going to start with implementation in 2022. We've gone through a national consultation process. I have personally told almost all the regions in the country, I'm left with only one to go to, all the regions. I've met 32 district assemblies, having discussions with them. Why? Because it is necessary for us to build a concerted agenda, for all of us to go through it and then pursue. So within the 4 years, what are we pursuing? The discussion is that within the 4 years, bringing together all the long-term perspective, the president coordinated program, we're saying that the first one, we're going to create a sustainable economy which is inclusive and be able to resolve some of the economic challenges that we're going through. So for the first 4 years, we need to create, the second 4 years, we need to create a stable economy and then also revitalize, okay, given what we've gone through with the COVID. The second area is also to sustain the burden of these social facilities. okay, which is very important, and more precisely to look at the development of our human capital. Why are we emphasizing that? We have the advantage of now going through what we call the demographic dividend. It means that our youth bulge is growing. The number of the people who can consider to be the youth between 15 and 35 is enlarging, is growing. And there is the need for us to take advantage of this population. And therefore, the emphasis on human capital development in the first 4 years is very, very important. The other thing which we are also doing is to also burden our infrastructure. I'm sure we just showed a video of also a long-term Ghana infrastructure plan which we have developed. And within the 4 years, we're looking at how we can take advantage of some of these economic infrastructure. We heard about roads, we heard about the railways, we heard about the ports, we also heard about some of the social infrastructure, and most excitingly, the ICT and digitalization process where this country has initiated. This is crucial for these 4 years because it is the time for us to leverage on what we have built already, the experience we've gone through, particularly with the COVID situation, and how we can leverage that. In this part of the 4 years is also to revitalize, to really come up again after the COVID. And therefore, I'm sure you heard about the CARES program, okay? The COVID-19 alleviation and revitalization of enterprise support program, which was established by the government. And this is incorporated as part of this medium-term program to look at specific areas which we can take advantage of. Precisely the digitalization process, the support for SMEs, and I'm sure the last month you heard about the launching of the GEA, which is taking up this process. We're also looking at how we can take advantage of the development of the pharmaceutical sector, and which was obvious for us during the COVID time, that this is an area we can take advantage of. We're also looking at how we can also take advantage and look at our housing situation. We saw it, how we went virtually far wanting during the COVID period, and how we can take advantage of building and improving upon our housing and not just houses. This is very important for us to look at this into the third term. But primary among this, in this second term of our medium-term plan, is the creation of jobs, targeting the youth, emphasizing on areas that can help us to build not only the national economy, but the local economies, because that is what can be looked at as inclusive economic development. How do we build our local economies? How do we pursue the national agenda of job creation? The agenda for jobs and prosperity is not only for national institutions, but it's only also for us, particularly those of us at the district level. How do we bring the districts to also fashion their plans in such a way that it can respond to building their own economy? And then also to mobilize the necessary revenue, which is key in terms of our agenda for Ghana going beyond aid, creating wealth. Creating wealth means that we must have a means by which we can generate this wealth and mobilize the necessary revenue. So that is for the second medium term. From this medium term and from the plans and the strategies of the various sectors, then we move on to the next stage, which is looking at what we call the development plan. Bringing all this together, we develop a national development plan. And then from the plan, we also move to the next stage, which is the public investment program. This is important because this time around, the statutes have already been passed. The Act 1039 is there, and then we also had a public investment program legislative instrument, which is 2411, which is also going to guide us, meaning that every capital project, every infrastructure project, that has been a bane in the past. But we're saying that for now, every infrastructure project must go through a phase of critical project analysis. Critical project analysis, be able to assess the cost benefits of each capital project before it is implemented. And not only that, but also look at the whole resource flow and resource schedule. So we look at the life of the project and how we're going to finance it before we say a tick, let it go. In such a way that you avoid a situation where projects are terminated halfway or not completed. Okay? We look at the whole stream of the project from the beginning to operation and to maintenance. And that is an act supporting, an airline supporting has been passed. And Ministry of Finance is managing that strongly. It is only then that we can go to look at what we call the annual development priorities. So you look at the process, simple logic, the long-term perspective, the political vision, and this is fertilized into the coordinated program, which is an 8-year process, move into the 4-year term, which is the framework. Then you have the sectors and the districts preparing their plans. These plans are pulled together as a national plan. Then it goes to the public investment program. Then it goes to the next stage, where we look at it in annual terms and set up the annual priorities. And then finally to the budget, and then implementation. So the budget, there's an approval, and then implementation. But critical to this is also the issue of monitoring and evaluation. We've already done a midterm assessment of the medium-term plan, which we did in the past, which has become key input moving forward, bringing in lessons. And critical amongst it is what we've gone through as a COVID period. And therefore, we are giving a lot of credence in this plan to resilience building, such that in case there's any other thing hitting us as a country, how do we come back? Okay? And that is very important in this process. So monitoring and evaluation is key for us. We've already generated reports to that effect in respective sectors. And then finally, reporting, which we do annual progress report and send it to Parliament. So basically, this is what we've been doing there as our process, this logical process. Whatever activities that I'm going to talk about is just an expansion of this logical process. And all that we have done is to create leverage, create logic, create predictable sequence, create what we call complementary activities, because different sectors are pursuing different programs, and it's up to us to make sure that they complement each other in the pursuit, and then also finally meet the priorities of the government and what we want to pursue as people of the country as approved by Parliament. Let me add a few things in terms of activities, and one of it which I will mention specifically has to do with our coordinating activities. We've been enjoined as a National Development Program to help in pursuing these coordinating activities. And therefore, we've gone through a nationwide consultation. My team has been on the field since January, working out, getting views from the private sector, from district assemblies, from the civil societies, meeting the various sectors in a continuous meeting. Almost every fortnight, they're having meetings to pull this together. And this is what has resulted in this medium-term development plan. So almost every sector is tackled in it, and the framework will give you an indication as to the target, the output, what we need to do as activities, what institutions are involved, the role of the civil society, the private sector, the public sector in this pursuit. And now that we have an act guiding the PPP, this is crucial in bringing in the private sector to this interface. The second one, which I would like to mention, has to do with the ongoing national dialogue on Ghana food systems. This is a contribution to a global food systems conference in September. And it's looking at how Ghana, there are 5 major areas which we are pursuing. But one of the things which we have interested ourselves is institutional coordination. Because to have a reliable food system, sustainable food system which can provide for us not just food, but nutrition. We have it in our camp proverb, Pintimbia Yome. No, it doesn't work in this situation. You have to eat food that is nutritious. And that's what we are pursuing as a country. And we are coordinating because it has to do with the health sector. It has to do with education. It has to do with water and sanitation. It has to do with agriculture. It has to do with the trade and industry, because the processing and other things has to go through that. And it is for us at National Development Planning Commission to bring all these views together to present at the conference. In fact, just on last Friday, we had a meeting for the African caucus, and a good presentation was done by the Ministry of Agric, presented by the Deputy Minister. Fantastic speech, just within 5 minutes, and he was able to bring what encapsulates Ghana's concerns and what we will bring to the table. And this is what we will be doing at the this summit called by the UN Secretary General. So we've been working on that throughout this year, in addition to the medium-term development plan. One exciting thing which I would like to mention has to do with the development and macroeconomic model. As I said, planning is not magic. It's not a prophetic activity. No, it's pulling figures together, doing an objective analysis to be able to bring to today's terms what the future looks like. This is basically what we do. So bringing these figures together, we're able to predict our trend in terms of employment that can be generated from these activities, government policies, and the present situation. We also think through and do projections as relate to sometimes our interest, our fiscal situation, the revenues that we're going to generate, the kind of expenditures that we would like to make, our debt situation, and then also the economy in general in terms of the respective sectors. The contribution of agriculture, contribution of industry, contribution of services to our growth and what we call the rest sector. And these are things which we have very good experts at National Development Planning Commission. They've been working on this for the past 2 years and even beyond. And sleeplessly, they've been able to come out with figures which is very, very reliable. We tried it during the COVID period and did a lot of analysis through that, for which we presented to the ministers, respective ministers, for their consumption and usage. And now we're very sure that, yes, what we have is quite concrete. We shared with the respective institutions, the Bank of Ghana, Ministry of Finance, the Economic Management Team, and also the Ghana Revenue Authority, the Ghana Statistical Service, of course. They provided primarily all the inputs, and we also shared that with some of the research institutions. We're doing this with a big collaboration with the University of Cape Coast Economics Department and also ISA, and this has been very, very fruitful. What we've done is that this economic forecasting will go to enrich our policy activities, because other institutions are doing that. It helps us to do comparative studies and be able to help for our policymakers to be quite certain, because we bring out these assumptions and monitor these assumptions. As these assumptions continue to hold, it gives us the conviction that this will be primarily the result. If the assumptions are of course, not holding, and there are new factors, then we begin to work on it, how these new factors will work on. For example, in 2020, a lot of growth projections. We knew that Ghana would be growing at about 6.5. And then we saw along the line that no, this is not possible. So we had to do a lot of projections and came out with that. The maximum we can go is around 1%. And lo and behold, this model came very close to that. The deviation was just a minute, decimal point. So it gives us a lot of hope. And this is what we do at the National Development Planning Commission, going through this logic, reducing and bringing certainty to our economic development, social development, environmental infrastructure development, and also accountability. So I thank you this afternoon for this opportunity, and given what we've shared with you, I'm sure if there are any other questions, we'll do well. I have my technical team here so that we can respond to it. But we thank you, and we have a lot of documents there which you can address. Many of them. We have them on our website, we have them physically at our outfit, and many of them are here. A lot of the things that I've mentioned are also published, and you can interact with them when we leave this space. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much. So, I'll ask you to kindly resume your seat.
Yes, thank you.
While we reiterate our appreciation for the brief that you shared with us this afternoon, including the work on the medium-term program that is time to be reviewed as part of the consultation process. Minister, I will give you an opportunity to ask your questions, and we'll provide answers as we go forward. I want to share with you a final brief for today, then we'll take questions on everything together. As I mentioned earlier, the government just completed its internal mid-year review of work done so far. President and his minister ministers just completed a 3-day cabinet retreat in Rio on same and had the opportunity to review a number of developments. We have challenges with sound. Yes. Please hold on briefly for Shall we go? Okay, so can we go now? Can we go now? Okay. So we'll take our second brief for the day, which follows from the cabinet retreat that was just completed, which had the opportunity to examine work done so far in the governance of this country in the first 6 months of the Akufo-Addo administration. About two major things stood out, and I think in the next couple of weeks you would see and hear us delve into them some more. A review of economic performance so far. You will recall the growth trajectory on which we were between 2017 and 2019, and how COVID caused a major dip in our growth as a country, and the gradual opening up of the Ghanaian society so that economic activity can kick back into steam for us to recover. The cabinet was briefed on the recovery so far. I believe the numbers are partly available for the first quarter, about 3.1% growth. And then for the second quarter, the latest numbers, it is my understanding, are coming in. The minister responsible for finance, having shown these numbers to cabinet, etc., will be having the opportunity to appear before the country through parliament. My understanding is by the 28th of this month, to provide a lot more detail on the various sectoral recovery programs and how far we have come, what remains outstanding, where we still have challenges, and the kind of effort that is required to carry us forward. But another area that also came up very strongly at this cabinet review is the growing incidents of terrorism and piracy along our borders, and the kind of challenge that it begins to portend for us here in Ghana. Now, if you have followed what is going on in the West African sub-region, the incidents of terrorism and piracy are on the increase. And literally every day they are drawing closer south, which means closer to our borders here in the Republic of Ghana. Now, the government will wish to assure citizens that it will continue to take all appropriate measures to ensure that Ghana is protected from the increasing risks of terrorist activity and piracy that is always coming closer to our borders. In the last few months, countries that share borders with Ghana, including Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire, have experienced a series of terrorist attacks, with the most recent one, I think, in Burkina Faso. And then to our south, the Gulf of Guinea is also getting inundated with piracy attacks. And it puts us in a pretty difficult situation. Just to recap, I think first, 2 Spanish journalists and an Irish national were abducted and killed near a reserve in eastern Burkina Faso. That was around the 26th of April, 2021. And then a second act of terrorism in Burkina Faso, May 3rd, Cordial. According to the reports, at least about 30 people were killed by gunmen in this particular incident. Another incident, Burkina Faso, June 5, 2021. That's the one after which the president had to go on behalf of ECOWAS. And it happened in a village called Solam in the Yaga province, bordering Niger. And the reports are that the armed men killed about 160 people in what has been documented as the country's worst terrorist attack in recent years. Now, what is worrying is that the attacks are gradually coming closer to our northern border. So on the 29th of March, for example, 2 soldiers and a policeman were killed overnight when 2 security positions came under attack in Ivory Coast's border with Burkina Faso. So these attacks are now coming down as much as possible. The army statement from Côte d'Ivoire mentioned about 60 heavily armed terrorists coming in from Burkina Faso to conduct that attack there. Now, in recent weeks, based on shared intelligence, Ghana's intelligence agencies have had to alert the security agencies up north to beef up troop deployments and intelligence gathering as these activities continue to increase and appear to be making their way down south. There is now also evidence that Ghanaians, or at least one Ghanaian, confirmed to have been recruited by some of these terrorist groups to participate in their activities there. And if you followed the history of terrorism around the world, once they recruit people from your country and use them there and people come back into the jurisdiction, then you begin to have challenges of cells growing up within your country, etc. So some of these latest developments of Ghanaians being involved now create very, very severe worry for us. Cabinet has been briefed on the growing, warring nature of these threats and the preparedness of the state security agencies to counter them. But we believe it is important to let the public know that these are some of the challenges, and the public has a role to play also in alerting security agencies and being aware so that intelligence gathering is made easier for any necessary responses. Now already the administration in the last 4 years, as I'm sure you've noticed, has invested a lot into retooling, particularly our military, and providing some logistics for them up north. But there's the need to do a lot more. And the administration assures the Ghanaian public that they will continue to strengthen the measures that are aimed at providing or preserving the safety of the Ghanaian people. And at the same time, we also request of the citizenry to be aware and to draw the attention of the security agencies to any activities going on that they may find abnormal or of concern, particularly where there are people showing up in communities trying to recruit young men and women for various causes. It will be in our collective interest to alert the security agencies so that they can act accordingly. Now, these two are some of the most prominent discussions that took place, or that Cabinet had the opportunity to spend time on, particularly the security situation becoming a very worrying one. And we thought it's important to let you know at this point in time. So that will bring us to the end of our briefs. I will try and sum up in Twi, and then I would invite the Director General to join me as we take our questions. Digi, you didn't sum up yours in Twi, or your Twi is questionable? You did O-level Twi, so I would invite you to sum up yours in Twi. But first, let me deal with the security brief that in Twi. Abayenya brebe nansa abunkompo akohwe adwuma bosome beye nsie ya efiase abanye tumi aye ne de aka kire wo se ye ni titiru no mu no enema mienu bi abededia beye na watwe mienu miensa da ni mi be hu se oman no efiase etu eho anamon akwa kire sin dia na ye fiase aye no baako ye oman no sikasem ene ni mpuntuo yenyina ye mpuntuo na ekoso 2017 2018 2019 ansana ya record ye covid no eba ya ema ye mpuntuo no ekofom na 2021 yi na ye hwe anim se ye be fiase ne ya ne ema ebe ma mpuntuo no emu asan ekenya se na wutie nkomo a ewo krom a utumi hu se yare ne bae no ne senia ye toto ne ma bebre mu adwuma nkofo nkwa adwuma na se ne wokwa ochena nkọ ne ade no ama yesika sem ne ahoden akofom ama ahokyere akosoro kakra nti ehu hia se ntemtem no ye bebiebie na yetumi afi ye adwuma ase na oman no sika sem ne mpunto akọ nanim na mfie bosome miensa edi kan na afie we mu no emse mpunto na fi ase so wohwe statistical service nkyere ya no mde man na yakoye nimbe ya oha nchiche mu miensa na yechiri po baako bosome miɛnsa a ɛtɔ so biom ebesi June ni ɛno so ɔmo de ho krataa aba abɛkyerɛ cabinet a ɛnkyɛ bi a finance minister ɛm sɛ bɛyɛ 28th sɛ me data ne yɛ correct a bɛyɛ 28th ɔbɛba parliament na waba abɛyɛ deɛ frɛ no mid-year review no na waba abɛma yɛ nyinaa yɛhu baabi a yɛsi kasɛm gyina nneɛma aka akyi a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛyɛ na yɛtumi ɛma ɔman no si kasɛm no ne mpuntu wopagya ntɛmtɛm na ɔba abɛhwɛ na ɔde ne nyinaa aba abɛto dwa na yɛka no saa no so adeɛ baako so ama ma menka sɛ yɛn nyinaa yɛabɔ hu kakra ɛne atuate dɔm a ate asi West Africa mpɔtam ha sei no n'atifi hɔ wohwɛ Burkina Faso mfa fiti Mali ne nkeka ho ne adeɛ ba ɛyɛ ayɛ hu kakra ɛno nti na abere bia Mali asɛm no ba na ɔmampanin ne mpanimfoɔ ani ɛbere wɔ so ɛsan sɛ ɛhɔ ɛkɔ so egyigya saa na atuate dɔm no anya kwan yɛ de ɔmo pɛ wɔ hɔ na ɔmo de ɔmo nneɛma na ɔmo yɛ no ɔmo de esane ba na nsen ya ntem sɛ wode waso ato fam a April ya ɛm sɛ nkyerɛfoɔ bɛyɛ mmienu ɛwɔ Burkina Faso atuate dɔm yi akyi wɔn kun wɔn May nipa bɛyɛ 30 ɛwɔ Burkina hɔ a ɛho so wɔn ɛto hyɛ wɔn so tutu wɔn tu ne adeɛ ekun wɔn June ya June 5 aba bɛsia kɔ nipa 160 ɛna wɔn san to hyɛ wɔn so a ɛtutu asɛm wɔn ekun wɔn ama wɔn ahwere wɔn nkwan no kora mpo deɛ ECOWAS panin Ghana man panin na wɔsɛ ɔkɔ hɔ ɛkɔma wɔn yakɔ na wɔn nnwuma no afei ɛbɛn aman a ɛbɛn po ɛwɔ West Africa wokɔ Ivory Coast a sɛ wɔn border hɔ no ebi abɛnbɛn hɔ yɛ so yɛ deɛ no sɛ ebi
say is of much concern to government. Moreover, illegal miners with their get-rich-quick mentality have thrown operational safety precautions to the wind. The situation has been worsened by some landowners conniving and condoning with illicit miners by offering them parcels of land to operate illegally. Invariably, such actions initiates and promotes illegal mining activities in many areas of the country. More seriously, there are other negative impacts of mining-related activities such as land degradation through unsafe mining practices leading to accidents and loss of lives. Destruction of crops, farmland, which impacts negatively on food production in the local economy. Pollution of our streams of water, rivers, resulting in increased cost of treatment of water, rendering water unsafe for drinking. Encroachment of illegal miners on large-scale concessions, resulting in social conflict. Conniving with some local with foreigners operating illegally in remote areas in the forest. Ladies and gentlemen, the illegal mining-related activities of small-scale miners can be controlled if a policy to accommodate and support them within the legal framework where they could register and obtain licenses to regularize their activities is enacted. Within such a framework, the enforcement of laws and regulations can be stringently applied. In so doing, small-scale miners can also offer jobs to our teeming youth who would otherwise be engaged in all forms of social vices. It is therefore against this background that His Excellency, the President of the Republic, His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, has directed the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to undertake these national and regional consultative dialogues so that a national consensus can be reached to comprehensively tackle this menace. In doing so, we can map out strategies to curb illegal mining in our country and restore natural beauty of our environment for the benefit of generations that are yet unborn. We are therefore gathered here today to share ideas which will be collated to develop appropriate policy options with the overarching aim of improving and operating and regulating management and governance of the mining subsector in our country. It is our fervent hope that all stakeholders, including the Ghana Chamber of Mines, Minerals Commission, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology and Innovation, Environmental Protection Agency, the Security Services, assemblies, traditional councils, and NANIMA, among others, would give their support to this dialogue to stem our illegal mining in our country. Mr. Chairman, now Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am reliably informed that this dialogue session will also pay attention to an attempt to address issues of deforestation and forest degradation within the fragile savanna ecosystem across the northern regions. This is very significant as land degradation and increasing soil fertility in dry areas has negatively affected most communities and brought in its wake poverty, suffering, deprivation, and also severely threatened the continuous survival of large numbers of people in northern Ghana. The continuous exploitation of savanna resources to satisfy socio-economic needs have led to deforestation, destruction of wildlife habitats, and resource depletion. The situation has aggravated due to the increasing pressure of rapid population growth in some parts of the savanna zones of the northern region. In most of these areas, unsustainable farming practices coupled with short flow periods, successful harvesting of trees for wood and charcoal establishments of huge commercial farms, commercialization of fuel woods, fallow periods, high incidence of bushfires, and evergrazing has significantly contributed to the cumulative problem of land degradation and consequently decreasing land fertility. These human-induced activities have created desert-like conditions of severe reduction in fodder, siltation of water bodies, poor soils, and therefore increase the intensity and duration of droughts within the savanna and ecological zone. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is important to indicate that through the implementation of policies and programs by government and the culture of tree growing is catching up with our people. The projects include the Ghana Safety Net Project, the National Plantation Development Project, and the very recent one launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Green Ghana Project. It is our hope that these initiatives will manifest in significant increasing tree and vegetation cover and soil fertility, as well as restoring degraded lands. Now, Chairman, colleague ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the chiefs and people of the region, the coordinating on my own behalf, I wish to record all distinguished personalities our warmest felicitations and welcome to this important consultative dialogue. We sincerely thank the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the organizers of this for the opportunity given to us to host this meeting. We thank you for your participation and attention. We wish you fruitful deliberations and urge your fullest cooperation for a successful meeting. On this note, once again, I welcome you all to the Northern region and to Tamale in particular. May God bless us all, and thank you very much for coming. Umpire.
Thank you very much, Honorable Northern Regional Minister. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and privilege once again to invite to the podium our brother and son, Honorable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, Member of Parliament and Sector Minister, Lands and Natural Resources, to make a statement. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, our host Regional Minister for Northern Region, Vice Chancellor of the University for Development Studies, Regional Ministers for Savannah, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West regions, representative of His Majesty, the Yana, Kumbuna, Deputy Ministers for Lands and Natural Resources, leadership of Parliamentary Select Committees on Mines and Energy, and Lands and Forestry, Honorable Members of Parliament, past and present, Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Chief Executives, Presidents and members of the Regional Houses of Chiefs, Captains of the mining and forestry industries, representatives of ministries and government agencies, members of civil society organizations, friends of the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered in this auditorium of the Great University for Development Studies to hold the Northern Belt consultations on small-scale mining. Given the peculiar situation of Northern Ghana, rightly, we are also going to deliberate on matters relating to the crucial subject of deforestation. It is absolutely fitting, ladies and gentlemen, that this consultation is being held here in Tamale without a shred of equivocation, the undisputed capital of Northern Ghana, which is to be opened by its illustrious and indefatigable son, the outstanding Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who has brought so much pride to all of us Northerners. I thank our overlord. I thank our overlord, the King of Dagbon, His Royal Majesty, Ndayana Abukari II, for sending a high-powered delegation led by the highly respected paramount chief of Kumbungu traditional area, the Kumbungna Alhaji Na Abu Idrisu II, to grace this important event, despite it being held on the eve of the historic and holy Islamic feast of Eid al-Adha. Barakah de Salah to all of us in advance. Professor Vice Chancellor, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and I are grateful for your warm hospitality and commend you and your university for your immense contribution over the years to the development of Ghana as a whole and Northern Ghana in particular. The Vice President, today's gathering is pursuant to the dictates of the communique adopted at the National Consultative Dialogue held in Accra on 14th and 15th of April 2021. The first two consultations solely focused on small-scale mining. Government has, however, decided to include the subject of deforestation to the consultation in Northern Ghana due to the precarious nature of the forest cover of the Savannah Ecological Zone. Ladies and gentlemen, for the avoidance of doubt, permit me to reiterate the policy of the government of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on small-scale mining, which is to build a responsible, viable, and sustainable small-scale mining industry, which repudiates practices which compromise the environment. As it is well known, government is prosecuting several going to lose their employment and livelihoods. Government, through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, is therefore in the process of formulating a comprehensive alternative employment and livelihood scheme for illegal miners affected by the ongoing effort to clean up the sector. This program will, in due course, be outdoored by the President of the Republic. Distinguished guests, whilst dealing with the menace of Galamsey, we cannot lose sight of a major problem confronting our country, which is most prevalent in the Savannah Belt, that is deforestation and forest degradation. Globally, it is reported that the Earth's forest cover shrunk by a whopping 100 million hectares between the years of 2000 and 2015 alone. In Ghana, we have lost some 8 million hectares of our forest cover from 1900 to date, with almost 1 million hectares being lost in the last few years. This cannot continue. We must take urgent and bold steps to reverse this trend. Indeed, the indiscriminate harvesting of rosewood has been a major concern for government over the years. It is for this reason that government placed a ban on the issuance of salvage permits for rosewood in March 2019. Since then, any rosewood brought out of the bush is impounded and auctioned. Unfortunately, some unscrupulous people continue to harvest rosewood illegally, and when they are seized, they manage to participate in their auction and then turn around to export them legally. This sophisticated scheme is executed by some Ghanaians, foreigners, public officials, traditional rulers, and others who work together in unison to subvert the aims of the existing ban. This has been one of the major banes of our fight against the illegal harvesting of this tree species. Effective 2nd July 2021, therefore, acting on the instructions of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I, as Minister responsible for lands and natural resources, placed an outright ban on the export of rosewood. We know that the interest of these cartels involved in this illegal trade is the export of the wood. The Forestry Commission has therefore seized the issuance of Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES permit for the export of rosewood. Henceforth, confiscated rosewood will be auctioned for domestic use only. No one, and I respectfully repeat, no one will be permitted to export rosewood, whether acquired legally or otherwise. I have set up a ministerial team chaired by the hard-working and dependable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio, MP, to liaise with the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority to ensure strict compliance of these measures. So, Vice President, ladies and gentlemen, another major deforestation issue in this part of our country is the indiscriminate harvesting of shade trees. But the contribution of shade trees to the socio-economic development of our country and the fight against climate change cannot be overemphasized. As part of measures to deal with this issue, government, through the Forestry Commission, has secured funding from the Green Climate Fund to implement the Ghana Shared Landscape Emission Reduction Production, GSLERP. This program seeks to, among others, address the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation and promote the cultivation of shade. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Meteorological Agency reports that Ghana has experienced more than 1 degree Celsius increase in temperature in the last few years. We must take bold measures to reverse this unfortunate situation. We have started with the Green Ghana project, which saw the planting of over 5 million trees on June 11, 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I must commend the chiefs of Northern Ghana for their efforts thus far in protecting the forest cover of the Savannah Zone, particularly the Savannah Regional House of Chiefs, led by the revered Yegbonwura, for placing an outright ban on all forms of tree harvesting within his jurisdiction. So, Vice President, representative of His Majesty in Diana, honorable regional ministers, the Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable and responsible mining is intrinsically intertwined with the preservation of our forests and wildlife for current and future generations. The framers of our national constitution, acting with foresight and wisdom, enjoined us all, citizens and non-citizens, pursuant to Article 36(9) of the National Constitution, and I quote, to protect and safeguard the national environment for posterity, end quote. We dare not relent on this duty, for if we do, in the not too distant future, we will not have a homeland called Ghana. It is my hope that this consultation will come up with concrete measures needed to help us fulfill our sacred constitutional duty to protect and safeguard the environment for posterity. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now, yaba wana dal barka Abia Ayanga, Northern Regional Minister, or Kanata Zang or Zelenkom Song, Kabalanka Mpo Nam. To Odal Zamama Nyanga, or the Pune or Nang the Marhabozan Kanaji or Pune, Ne Yatwashangas or Denshil Tongoma. Toko Odio Dal Zamanage, Ayanga. Honorable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, Wonenye Jentorzanti Damango Yalongo, Wabakana Tapo Kabalan Nam, Kazan Osalam Komnin Yashale and Song. Now, Wona Dal Barka, the Kulshil Tongoma, the Be Tezayino Kamilisene, Government in Rako Sociale, Zanjende, Salang Bir Yeran La, Perla Barnashel de Malzanti, Namtiere, Metana Maman, Biersonzo, to Braduro Kongla Ankara. Yalongo to kanya karmal bukata na jelepe tangban bobane ya de babam de fitna woma na be ya shanga to bratu jenla kuma tangban na ka amabira yinata tapsong ba ka de nyezo song ka bene de labna te yalongo na te tudu ya shamma zaha domin lala mosoma banyala de malte de ba bande apa is yalongo bala to ame le te shima pone azang mam nyong polo benda go shoma ngoma ngula bazangla ti mar yiran ba pa dene domin de nyala dor shele dembe te yalongo na salono to tege ne bibi ara ko yen zane banda saleng bir yiran ma ndala mar ti ma yiran kama nyo ti be palse nzangle dure tang du ate dira fane ka gobnati da lene la lamu ma yen chena ti ade barna ka zambose domin de kadin nan shen pala de yan wurin la andunia nam tere ka de fitina zan chancelo ma she to koto mbose to den ma zo ka gobnati yirge zane ne o page yena nanmo na sanzan ban pa biya go pune woni nam dal barka ki tap songba na hankal shele ban yanzan kalala mo songoma karnye doshe na wona dal barka bayalne bechella la sa kasalma gibo kabri carte hale to ma bambe zang zalgo tumdo tuma girla de barna ninja shele ka belle ka yerngoma to be yan ba kulte jia do men de be tangban zo la milen sene ne be gba sana ambala kab mal yonde be malbu to zo be yan ba kulte jia nanu kuma obo social aben na zang ka de fielga be gba biago to tan kul bor shel nyela salangoma tab song ka lalangoma kar baga shawar suma nto bo malgo nti lala yalongo na una dal barka nana to tige o dal zamama ninya shel mbala. It's only no, ladies and gentlemen, apart from acknowledging the sector ministry, I want to take you through briefly the partners here. The Minerals Commission is here, Minerals Development Fund, Ghana Chamber of Mines, Ghana Geological Survey Authority, Precious Minerals and Marketing Company, Ghana National Small-Scale Mining Association, Forest Commission, and Environmental Protection Agency. We acknowledge your presence and contribution. Thank you very much. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and privilege to remind us, as indicated in my introductory messages, that His Majesty Ndanyana would have been here, but very compelling reasons he's not here. All the same, he's here with us in spirit. And the importance he attaches to this particular program made it possible for him to direct Nayebe Kumbodna to stand in for him. So on that note, with your permission, I would like to invite His Royal Highness Nayebe Kumbodna Yire II to make a statement. Nayebe.
Your Excellency, our son, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, I'm here on the instructions of His Majesty Ndanyana Abukari II to stand in for him because certain important traditional activities makes it impossible for him to leave the capital, or Dagba. So, Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. Bawumia, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the host minister, our son, Honorable Shani Al-Hassan Saib, Honorable Regional Ministers of Savannah, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West regions, Chairmen and members of Parliamentary Select Committees, Members of Parliament, revered chiefs here present, chief executives of state corporations and agencies, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Danijana Abukari II, King and Overlord of Dagbang, I welcome you. I add my voice to the regional minister's welcome and welcome you to the second regional consultative dialogue on small-scale mining and deforestation here in Tamale, Dagbang, and the Northern Ecological Zone. Today, we are all here once again to deepen discussions on the collective national agenda to combat the illegal small-scale mining and deforestation activities in the country. The dialogue process is a bold step initiated by the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and major actors and stakeholders in the mining and forest sectors to further deliberate with strategic and relevant stakeholders on the harmful effects of this menace in order to reach a workable and acceptable national consensus on solutions to the plethora of challenges faced by our country. This consultative dialogue process will also delve into the issues on how to combat the reckless depletion of our forest reserves, indiscriminate cutting of trees across the country, more importantly, within the Northern Ecological Zone, and come out with proactive measures to resolve these challenges. Therefore, the theme for this event, Sustainable Small-Scale Mining and Forest Conservation for National Development, is fitting and appropriate. Your Excellency, I do not think today is the appropriate time to repeat the rhymes on the devastation effects of illegal small-scale mining, popularly called galamsey, and the wanton destruction of our forests and cutting of trees outside forest reserves. Certainly, well-regulated and strictly enforced laws within the small-scale mining sector could contribute meaningfully and in diverse ways to the socio-economic development of this country. It can also be a vehicle for job creation and employment for our youth and support to both the local and national economy. My information is that small-scale mining provided about 40% of gold produced in this country in the last few years. Your Excellency, honorable members, ministers, and distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, despite this fact, the reckless pollution of our important water bodies like the River Brim and Cobra and Pra, as well as the impunity in the destruction of our forest reserves, is devastating. Aside the national security risks posed by illegal small-scale mining, with many of the miners in possession of unlawful firearms, illegal mining has profound public health implications due to the harmful chemicals used by the miners. The irresponsible felling of trees and destruction of our forests, if not halted, will bring about climate-triggered disasters of unspeakable proportions on us, because when the last tree dies, the last man dies. I therefore commend government through my dynamic grandson, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo, for the emergency measures taken so far to combat the menace, which include the deployment of military in the forest reserves, the suspension of all prospective mining licenses, and the order to stop renewal of existing licenses or grant new ones to prospective persons and companies. I believe these emergency measures will remain in force to allow all major stakeholders throughout the country to soberly reflect on the issues and come out with the best ideas through broader consultations for a national policy on small-scale mining. These ideas and consensus, and consensus approach should also take into account the economic livelihoods of the youth and indeed all the people in the affected localities. The National Consultative Dialogue in April this year in Accra and the first Regional Consultative Dialogue in Kumasi in May are all testimonies that the country sees the menace as a serious national crisis. The government, through these emergency measures outlined, has shown serious commitment to the fight against these illegal mining activities. I therefore urge the government and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to give true meaning to the sanctions imposed on offenders by Act 995 by implementing it without fear or favor. It must, however, be kept in mind that the traditional small-scale mining of yesteryears had never threatened the environment. Your Excellency, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today the caliber of experts gathered here cut across the entire spectrum of our country, and it is heartwarming to see all shades of groups eagerly ready and waiting to discuss the problems and come out with possible solutions for illegal mining and deforestation in Ghana. Protecting the environment, our forest reserves, and water bodies is a fundamental duty and responsibility, not only for the government, but also for the entire people of Ghana. Your Excellency, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, for some reason, many people think that the depletion of Ghana's forest reserve and illegal small-scale mining activities are restricted only to the southern parts of the country. It is, however, intriguing and worrying to indicate that the northern regions of Ghana, the northern ecological zone, experience its own share of disasters. Oh, come on. Its own share of unfortunate devastations with its inherent perilous consequences to our already dire environmental conditions. The dangerous habits of cutting trees for charcoal, more especially economic trees like shea, dadawa, and redwood, is not only undermining the economy of the country, but also exposing the entire northern Ghana to the dangers of high temperatures and decreased rainfall patterns. This would eventually usher in desertification into our ecological zone, where climate change is now a reality and right on our doorstep. Therefore, These dangerous practices must stop now. I would like to urge all chiefs in the northern ecological area to discourage people within their traditional jurisdictions from wanton cutting trees for charcoal and degrading our lands for illegal mining. Well, sorry. Let me also use this opportunity to appeal to my grandson, Honorable Samuel Abu Genapo, to consider making a policy for the planting of more trees in the entire northern Ghana to improve the vegetative cover of the ecological zone. I strongly believe that by the end of the deliberation in today's program, stakeholders will have come out with potential policy options that will enable Ghana to restore sanity in our forest reserves, save our lands from destruction, and protect our water bodies so that this generation will bequeath to our children and grandchildren an environment like our forefathers left for us. Your Excellency, on this note, I wish each and every one of the participants fruitful deliberation, and I pray to others for others' guidance and wisdom for all. For all to come out with solutions that will address the situation, protect livelihood of our citizens, and salvage our country now and forever. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong in unity. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The next item is that we have a very young and upcoming poet who is here to usher in His Excellency Dr. Baumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, with a poetry recital. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to invite Madam Gifted Tima. Shall we put our hands together for Tima? We announce for the information of our audience that this program is live on GTV and Radio Justice. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The development of this nation is not the sole responsibility of duty bearers. It takes the sacrifice of we, the citizenry. We all have a role to play in addressing the numerous factors that affect us. Ghana is not alone in this. Let's protect our environment. Let's try as much as possible to protect the environment. Oh, illegal miners. Oh, illegal miners. You cannot afford to take. The development of the nation is not the sole responsibility of duty bearers. It takes the commitment and sacrifice of we, the citizenry. We all have a role to play in addressing the numerous factors that affect us. Tengnanema, ira satihgele, da kwampambi mi yale, ni fuya kapai.
All right, thank you very much, Sister Tima, for such a wonderful performance. And on that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and privilege once again to invite to the podium the second in command in the person of His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. With a round of applause, let's welcome His Excellency.
Thank you very much. The representative of His Royal Majesty Ndanyana Abubakar Muhammad II, the Overlord of Dagbon, the Kumbuna na Abu Idrisu II, our distinguished chairman, who is representing Ndanyana, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, MP for Damango, ably assisted here by his deputy ministers, Benito Ousubio, and George Miracle Duka. The regional ministers from Northern Region, our host region, Upper East, Upper West, Savannah, and Northeast regions. Deputy ministers, the Deputy Majority Chief Whip, members of Parliament, and leadership of the Parliamentary Select Committees on Land, Forestry, Environment, and Mining. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Development Studies, the Presidents of the Regional Houses of Chiefs, CEOs and Deputy CEOs, Chief Executive Officers of Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Assemblies, our revered clergy, representatives of the Chamber of Mines and the Ghana National Association of Small-Scale Miners and captains of the mining and forestry industries, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to be here as a special guest of honor to formally open the second in the series of regional consultative dialogues on small-scale mining. The first dialogue was held in Kumasi following the national dialogue in Accra, opened by His Excellency, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I commend the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Honorable Samuel Abdullahi Jinapo, the Member of Parliament for Damango, for his untiring efforts in ensuring that the call for a national conversation on illegal mining, or galamsey as we call it, by His Excellency the President, is able to gather the necessary inputs on how to manage the small-scale mining subsector in general, as enshrined in the MPP manifesto. Your Majesty Chair, permit me to begin by re-echoing some of the points emphasized by His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, during the Accra dialogue. And the President said, and I quote, "Mining can create jobs. Mining can improve livelihoods. Mining can generate wealth, but it cannot and must not do so at the expense of damaging the very environment that produces the riches. We have to acknowledge that Ghana is not made up of only the humans, but is also made up of the soil, the mountains, the valleys, the forests, the rivers, the lakes, the seas, and the plant and animal life as well. Without them, we humans cannot and will not survive. And so, they also need nurturing. We have to acknowledge that the natural environment has as much a right to be here as we humans do. End quote. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana is endowed with a lot of mineral, forest, and wildlife resources which have been exploited over the years for our development. A substantial part of government revenue comes from these resources, particularly mining. Indeed, government is always trying to find innovative ways of maximizing earnings from the exploitation of minerals and forest resources in order to be able to provide the needed infrastructure. Many livelihoods also depend on mining and the exploitation of forest resources. The contribution of the mineral and forest resources to our national development agenda can therefore not be overemphasized. However, the exploitation of these resources have not been without certain negative impacts on the natural environment because of the unsustainable practices that we employ. Notable amongst the negative practices are illegal mining leading to pollution of water bodies, chemical pollution, and so on, indiscriminate wood harvesting, and bush burning leading to deforestation, improper agricultural practices, and even conflicts. Your Majesty Chair, the northern sector of Ghana lies within a fragile ecological setting and therefore has its own peculiar challenges as far as natural resource exploitation is concerned. The north is particularly challenged with forest degradation as a result of the overexploitation of trees, especially rosewood, for export, and excessive reliance on fuel, wood, and charcoal production. These continue to be major challenges, including rampant annual fires, which have dire consequences on climate change and its adverse impacts on our livelihoods and attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Ghana has beautiful and majestic rivers and streams. We have gathered here today not only to dialogue on the ways to resolve the negative footprints which we have inflicted on our environment, but we are also here to agree on the way forward in ensuring that we undertake responsible, viable, and sustainable exploitation of our natural resources in order to preserve what is left for the benefit of posterity. It is against this background that I consider the theme for this dialogue, which is sustainable small-scale mining and forest conservation for national development, very appropriate. It aligns well, very well, with the provisions that underlie our natural resource policy frameworks, as well as other international protocols on sustainability. Now, Chairman, sustainability is key in our quest to exploit our diverse minerals, forest, and wildlife resources to ensure that we are able to meet our present needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The call for the national dialogue is to enable us to have a national consensus on sustainable methods of using minerals and forest resources of our country without appealing to partisanship. Indeed, issues relating to the exploitation of our natural resources are aspects of our national life which must be insulated from partisan politics. It is therefore crucial that the deliberations at this regional consultative dialogue be candid so that at the end of the day, we are able to build a broad-based national ensuring good governance in the exploitation of minerals and forest resources. This we will do without fear or favor. Without a doubt, some progress has been made with our various small-scale mining and deforestation that will promote sustainability. When I look at the program for today in this dialogue, I see two sections which of people gathered here are more than able to recommend solutions and ideas on the way forward in dealing with the remaining challenges on the table and produce a workable blueprint. Illegal mining and logging on our lands and our forests happen within communities. We are aware of these illegal activities as members of these communities. While recognizing that those engaged in illegal mining and logging activities have livelihood concerns, we should also equally recognize that their activities have adverse impacts on farmers, on our food security, and on our common survival. Everyone here today should be and is concerned about this dangerous menace. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to declare the second Regional Consultative Dialogue on Small-Scale Mining and Deforestation duly launched, and I wish you well in your deliberations. We look forward to receiving your valuable suggestions and a blueprint at the end of the deliberation. Thank you for your attention. And may God bless our homeland Ghana, and may Allah bless us.
Na yabe kumbo na will be visiting
Father and of the Son, the Vice who is present here, and the many other people who support them in the governance of this country. You bless us with our land, with our rivers, with our forests, our minerals, our seas, and our vegetation. You bequeath to us all these, and you commanded us to be co-creators, to be good stewards that will continue your creation for our own benefit now and for posterity to come. Lord, what else could you have done for us that you have not done? It is left to us to show responsibility in the use of your creation. This gathering this morning gives us an opportunity to reflect further on our role in the use of our resources, of our land. Our Holy Father, Pope Francis, who is a leader of the Universal Catholic Church, in his encyclical letter Laudato Si, expresses worry for the misuse of our environment all the world through. Lord, send us your Spirit to inspire our leaders, and indeed all of us. Guide our actions this morning, that we may be led by your wisdom and guide in our stewardship of your creation. We thank you for bringing this meeting to a purposeful end, and we pray that what we have done and what we have said this morning will yield the needed results for the benefit and the blessing of your people here on earth, and for the glory and sanctification of you above. Grant us your Spirit to guide and to direct the dialogue hereafter. Lord, people have traveled far and near to this meeting. Bring them all back to their destinations safely. And we ask you all these and many more, and we believe that you will grant them to us. Through Christ, who is your Son and our brother. Amen.
All right, so thank you very much. As I indicated, the Vice President, His Excellency, and Nayawe Kumbuna will be visiting the exhibition site. The rest of us will remain seated for the program to continue. We're expecting to start the second session. Thank you very much. In line with protocol, ladies and gentlemen, with the exception of the chiefs, the rest of us should be on our feet in acknowledgement of his exit to the exhibition site. Once again, the program is live on GTV and Radio Justice.
My very first job was teaching at St. Augustine's. My father was a catechist and a school teacher, a head teacher. My mother was a baker and a seamstress. I acted in Inspector Bediako and then Yes Matron.
Did you have any subjects that you hated?
Hated?
Yes.
Chemistry.
He's not the one who would, the type of, lecturer who would spoon feed you. He makes you think.
Thanks to people like Professor Martin also, I was a complete theater. Everything that we had gone through had made me ready for the market.
What else do I need to say that I've been celebrated enough? More than enough.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
I'm delighted to be supporting the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Let's be brutally frank. We are losing too many of our compatriots. The last time I checked the statistics, at the end of April, 1,034 Ghanaians had lost their lives to road crashes. We cannot continue on this trajectory. More people have died on our roads than COVID has killed during this pandemic period. That's really striking. We cannot continue doing the same thing and yet expect different results. Expect that some way, somehow, we'll reverse this deadly trend. We need to end the fatalities. We need to end the road crashes. We all now must take greater responsibility. Make sure our cars are serviced, our brakes are serviced regularly. We must ensure that as car owners, we do not hand over our cars to drivers or to our children who have not been properly licensed to use our vehicles. And let us just watch the speed and be extra cautious on our roads. Let's obey road traffic regulations and respect the signage on our roads. The carnage, the fatalities cannot continue. We must end the mass murder that is going on in our country due to road traffic accidents. It has to end, beginning from me, beginning from you. So let us do right and let us save lives.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth, the facts, and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss the issues surrounding a community which has been tainted with so many stereotypes, yet plays an integral role in the country when it comes to politics and youth mobilization. This community has a ministry in its name, yet always gets the negative media coverage. We are going to talk about the Zongo community, youth development, and religious tolerance in this edition of The Lowdown. We'll be right back. You are watching The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest wears several hats. He is a Muslim scholar, a teacher, a member of the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, CODEO, and is acting chairman during the 2020 elections. He is also the spokesperson for the office of the National Chief Imam. Welcome to The Lowdown, Sheikh Amir Al-Shaibu.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You are a very, very important person, and you also speak for a very, very, very important person in the person of Sheikh Osman Nur Sharibu, the National Chief Imam. How is the role like? Is it very heavy?
Thank you so much. With all humility, I don't know how important I am. Yeah, but it's a matter of service to a man whom we have rightly described as the gift to the country because of the impact he has on the calmness and the peace of the country. He has become an icon of peace, and so because he's a symbol of admiration for so many people and a lot of expectations around him. He's a leader in a modern day context that the youth have a lot of expectations. There are a lot of challenges. So really, it is really a heavy duty to be around him, to be able to speak for him. I give you an example. The Chief Imam is a Muslim cleric and a mystic. Mystics talk very less, very reflective, very deep in their thought. They are very wise, and so on. And so sometimes they are even not understood. So now when he speaks in public, then you have to make what he says intelligible, make it more understandable across the cultures. I give a very interesting example. During the June 13, this disaster circle, yes, I don't know.
The fire disaster.
Yeah, is it June 13th? Yes, or June 3rd?
I think it's June 3rd. Yes.
June 3rd. You know, there was a memorial service organized, I think at that time by TV3 or so, in conjunction with one of the politicians. The Chief Imam was invited there, and in the initial statement made by the Chief Imam to show his sympathy, he said, what has happened is a blessing. Then the context of this speech put against the culture of the people who have been affected. They were in red, they were in black, they were grieving. Then you have a religious person who comes to them, well, what has happened to you is a blessing. How should I place the context for it to become acceptable to them? And that's how difficult my work is.
Yes, I can see that. And I think there's a lot of criticism coming your way as
yes,
well.
Yeah, sometimes.
The most recent is, why should the Chief Imam in his age be allowed to go to Ejura after the violence?
You know,
and the handlers, including yourself,
and it's those things. And I think it's an opportunity for us sometimes. Chief Imam's leadership and his impact cuts across different spaces within our community. In fact, some are political, social, and so and then religious. And he has taken part. Chief Imam, if people don't understand him, he relates very well and accords respect to every government. I'm saying every. And he has lived across from the pre-our return to constitutional rule to about 30 years ago. So he knows Rawlings. And I, as a much younger person, have known Rawlings and have related with him because of the role I play. Chief Imam has known Rawlings. He has known Kufuor. He has known John Atta Mills, all of them excellencies. After Atta Mills, he has known John Dramani Mahama, whom he called his first son. And now is His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So if you come to my hall now, you see a certain picture in which I am close to the Chief Imam, Rawlings directly behind me, and Kufuor following him. So we have worked, and Chief Imam Accord works closely with any government. Anytime they have requested his support, and that's why you see him in state events. Yeah. He's invited. Inauguration of other new edifices or any policy with government wants public support, he's invited. So the context of the visit of the Chief Imam here, yeah, he's old, 102 years. But I tell you, he's vital. Very vital and very strong. If you leave him, he will walk. All his teeth, they are there. He can see. He writes without using the spectacles. How many people of his age are able to walk about without spectacles? Chief Imam writes, his hand doesn't shake. He signs document. If anyone who likes can check his document that he has ever signed. Up till now, he signs documents. His hand never shakes. So he's vital. He assumes a leadership of service to community. He has become an icon of peace. So whenever there's any crisis, government seek his intervention. That's what he does. During the Hohoi, the B traditional area and the Zongo community clash, the traditional authority were not prepared to talk to anybody. The only person they were prepared to talk to was the Chief Imam. And he was made to travel from Accra here to Hohoi. And his visit there alone was enough to quell down and bring back calm. Tafo, traditional chief was assaulted by the people of the Zongo. He had to go there. He calm down.
Does he choose to go himself, or
sometimes it is our advice, sometimes it is a request.
Okay.
Look, so for example, if violence breaks up and we need somebody who can calm the place down, and the government or vice president or the president calls, old man, something is the fire is burning, and if you don't go there, that fire will continue burning. Can you help us? Chief Imam is a religious person. He is calm. He is well connected spiritually. And God has endeared him to the heart of people. He enjoys eminence and reverence. So sometimes his presence alone, this is what people must understand. Yeah. I want Muslims to understand this. The value of what the type of leadership Chief Imam is given. It's not for him alone, but he said that it is God's favor. So Chief Imam is a favor to us as Muslims and to the nation. That whenever there is crisis, his intervention is able to kill it down. And I think I am very confident, and I speak for him, because I understand his philosophy and his principles and his intentions, and I can speak for him without any equivocation.
I would love to know his reaction to the calls for your dismissal from the office when you announced the parallel vote tabulation for the CODEO.
Yes.
What does he normally, or how does he react to such calls?
When that happened, yes, I read that report. I am currently the acting chairman of the CODEO, still. Yeah. So by our practice, it is the chairman who reads our report. So on the eve of election, I had read our plan for deployment. So I was one who read it, and it was aired. Everybody saw it. Then on the day on E-Day, that's election day, 12 noon, we give a midday report of the state of the election. I read that one. And we gave our impression based on information we have received from our rapid response observers who have been deployed at sampled polling stations that and so we are able to give percentages with respect to different items that we have on our checklist. That's what we did. So I gave a report. Now the third one is the PVT. The PVT is a statistical method of checking the result as it turned out by the EC. So if you like, you can call it a check. Yeah. And usually, understanding the law, we don't go ahead of the EC to announce our results. Yeah. But I can tell you, by midnight on election day, we know the direction of the results. But by law, we don't come out, because we work to complement the work of the EC and not to undermine it. So we respect the mandate of the EC. So we don't go ahead. So after the pronouncement of the results, then we check it against ours. If we think that it goes, because ours is an estimation. That's what people don't understand. Ours is an estimation, and we don't cover every polling station. So we give our estimation, and I was the one who who read it. And I read it right. I have no regrets for doing so. Because CODEO has been in this country we have been doing this job for more than 2 decades. We have been doing this job. We have done our PVT. It has favored different governments, including the former President John Dramani Mahama, Atamil's excellencies, all of them. We have done the PVT and we have pronounced in their favor. And that's why I was surprised when, just because I have read, that thing came up, and the youth were mobilized, to go, yeah. And to be honest with you, during the heat, I withdrew a little bit, to a reflection. When you grow, you see, you should be able to expect these things and what they mean in the role that you play. Sometimes it's intended to break you down. And anyone who is in some of this thing never get broken down by some of these attacks.
Did you get any warning letter from the chief imam or
at all? Caution? So just after some few days, morning like this, I just drove to the chief imam's house when things are beginning to calm down. And he entered, and he himself told me these are part of the challenges. Times you can be confronted by people of hatred. Sometimes your cohorts. Sometimes just that. I will tell you on this program that he raised his hand and said, "Let's pray." After prayer, he told me I should go away. Yeah, and I have been playing my role up till now. Just yesterday, just last week, we were together with him at Ejura. I still continue to speak on his behalf.
That's quite interesting, and it says a lot about the chief imam. We'll come back and we'll talk about your statement saying the relationship or the coexistence of Muslims and Christians and other religions is a fallacy, and it also got you hot. We'll be back after this break. This is a lowdown. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Sheikh Amiao Shaibu. So Sheikh, we're talking about your relationship with the chief imam and also the issues that you've encountered as part of your work with the chief imam and CODEO. And the most recent one, I don't know if you were speaking for the chief imam or you were speaking for yourself as a Muslim, the Wesley Girls Fasting Buha that came up. Yeah. And you said, well, the relationship was a fallacy. And we had a Christian council also saying we should withdraw that statement. Did you withdraw the statement?
No, I did not. I did not. And some of those things, when they happen, we say they are unfortunate. Muslims and Christians have lived in this country, yeah, but sometimes circumstances come, you have no choice but to say it as it is. The context of the brouhaha at the time has to do with the fasting of the month of Ramadan. As Muslims, fasting for us is a pillar of Islam. Its foundation comes from the text. So it's a commandment. So you cannot separate the Muslim from fasting in the month of Ramadan. And our young people are made to learn how to fast even from their infancies. I can tell you, by age 7, I was fasting. And I have done so up to this age. So we were, given where we have reached in our religious tolerance, we were expecting that the Muslim students in the Christian mission schools will be handled with so much tolerance. In fact, we should not paint all the schools with the same brush. And I must commend all the Christian mission schools that have been tolerant of Muslim students. Some have provided food. I, personally, as I speak to you now, I'm a product of an Anglican institution. And I proudly say so. St. Peter's Training College. And one day when I met the bishop of Anglican, I said, "Bishop, you trained me as a teacher." He was surprised, but he was excited that seeing somebody like me saying that I have been trained by a Christian institution. So these tolerances have gone on. But this is the first time in the history of any misunderstanding between Muslims and Christians or any educational institution that fasting has become an issue. I can't remember any time that fasting has become an issue. So we're expecting this thing to be handled with some sensitivity, empathy, sympathy. because of the sensitivity of things that are religious. Things religious, even, look, they connect with our souls and our spirits. That's why people are sensitive. If you don't handle them well, then you create a problem. And I think that the matter was not properly handled. But let me also add that I think that the media also misinformed the public. Yeah. My worry was how the community handles the matter. But that, probably, the other reaction is more about how the media reported this. Yeah. I have met the father of the young girl. And the girl herself has spoken. The headmistress did not say, stop the fast or withdraw you from the school. It is not the case. Unfortunately, that is how the thing was reported. Yeah. So it brought up certain sensitivity. It's unfortunate. But I spoke the feelings of the chief imam. Okay. Because earlier on, chief imam had asked me, in fact, he called me out one time in his chambers. That's before this incident, during the Rastafarian issue. Mm-hmm. The issue of Muslim students in mission schools began coming up. So he called me in his chamber. He said, this issue has been coming up. People are coming to disturb him. But he said, you understand this issue better. So do something about it. Yeah. So I spoke to some Christian friends who are in these big organizations because they are my friends. We work together. I think I'm one Muslim cleric in this country that has worked closely, I'll say this, closely with the Christian community. All Christian researchers who want information to do their PhD, to do their masters, I'm the one they come to, and I am ready to give them every information. And we do joint programs together with them also in areas of peace and so on and so forth. And other advocacy works, I mean, we work together, the Catholic Secretariat, Christian Council, and so on and so forth, and at individual levels also.
So at the time, was it disappointment? Was it
anger? I must confess on this program that it was disappointment. I felt disappointed that for all the relationship that we have built on, a matter as sensitive as fasting comes, and then the way it was being handled, as if our case doesn't matter. That's how we felt. I must be honest. That's how we felt. I will tell you a secret. That before that joint statement, I was talking to very important persons from Christian Council and from the Catholic Secretariat. In the night, around 9 o'clock, I was talking. So I was expecting that the joint statement will show certain sensitivity, okay, been coming as down, we will look at it. But then now we talk about what the GES has said and so on and so forth. Since it didn't come with that element of it, we say, oh, so all this relationships, I mean, Chief Imam goes to the church only because he wants to change a narrative, to build relationship. All this is not enough to really make them, come with a little bit of empathy. That loss of empathy is what made me spoke the way I did in that disappointment. But it was also, I didn't want to also gain fame from such unfortunate situations. That's why I didn't talk again after it. It is not my desire, my wish to gain fame or popularity because there's confusion. But it doesn't serve my own interest. It doesn't serve the interest of my community. It doesn't serve the interest of the country. What we are in to fight for is the peace, the enduring peace of our country, which we have enjoyed, which has made Ghana distinct. And now we are told that we are second as the most peaceful country in Africa and 38 in the world. It's a matter of pride, regardless of what other people's opinion is, because I've heard some negative comments about it. But what do you lose? What do you lose if your country is so respected and admired across the world that your country is a peaceful country? And this gives you worry. I think we should be thinking positive.
Yes. So are you satisfied now with the intervention of the Ghana Education Service? Do you think the issue is now resolved completely?
No, it's not completely resolved. We are still working, and the Ministry of Education has taken over. A certain MOU is supposed to be signed. And the MOU is supposed to be signed between, if you like, the government and religious bodies. That has been the wish and the desire of the religious bodies long time. So it's an outstanding issue. It's an outstanding issue. But for we Muslims, what we are worried about was, occasionally our issue comes up. Occasionally our issue comes up. And my worry is, we are living in a very turbulent sub-region exploited by terrorists. And we in Ghana here said we never want to give any soft grounds for any terrorists to find justification to enter into a country and engage in any nasty thing in our country. And to do so, we have to firm up our relationships. We have to sanitize our relationship. Never to give any young person in Ghana here to feel that he is a subject of discrimination or human rights abuse. And because of that, he can support the entrance of a terrorist in our land. Burkina Faso is just here. We are not safe. But because of our relationship, I have given assurance to this country and to all Christians that we, anytime any terrorist enter this country, we find him, we'll give him out. Whatever our relationship looks like, we will never allow or encourage any Muslim young person in this country to harbor or to hide or to give a safe haven to any terrorist. That is why issues like this, when they come up, they need to even be considered with the eye of security. So the Takoradi demonstration came up, and the reason for which we have to go and meet for dialogue at Kofi Annan Peace Center. There were some recommendations. Those recommendations were not carried through. And because of that, we went around and we came back to it again. Occasionally we hear a woman has a hijab, she's going to write examination at WAEC, she's been denied because she's in hijab, and so on and so forth. And these things are very sensitive to the Muslim community. So they need to be handled with care. So the fact that we sat down and we did not work hard to get this thing through is the reason why we have come back again. But it's dangerous for the peace of our country. And I tell you, on this program, I receive a lot of bashing because the Muslim youth thinks that I have the voice to speak. I'm not speaking. There's a lot of expectation that people like me should be able to be in the forefront and fight and get this right. But out of my tolerance, my Chief Imam is my mentor. I mean, he's tolerant, he's peaceful. How can I be a mouthpiece of a peaceful person and then I'm violent? That would be contradictory.
So it means you're working backstage and people don't see what you're doing.
People don't see what we are doing.
So the MOU...
Because the expectations are very high.
So what's the percentage of, success when it comes to the MOU? Where are we now in terms of getting this?
For now, the Minister of Education has given the assurance. My hope is that we will not be like the old style that when the dust settles, then we forget. But that all the assurance has been given that the MOU will be finished not long from now, and then it will be brought back to all of us, the various religious communities, to go through, because we all have to append our signatures to it. And because once we have not read it, no one will append a signature. That's exactly what, and then the content of the MOU will spell out, indeed, matters of religion in public funded institutions. You know, probably I should explain to you, in Ghana, in our educational institutions, we have 3 types of schools. We have those that are completely private schools. They are run privately. And they are companies, it's an industry. So somebody's running it, it's for him. You want for profit. Then we have the state-funded schools as a facility. The state has a duty to educate every Ghanaian child. So the state provides schools. Those schools are not religious institutions. They are secular. So that's one school. Then we have now the mission-run schools that are also public. They come in the sense of private-public partnership, if you like. So these schools are begun by religious communities. To a point, they cede it to the state, but still they also have a role to play in it. It used to be the case, so we have an institution called the Educational Unit System under the Ghana Education Service. I was the regional manager for Greater Accra for Islamic education before I went on retirement 4 years ago. Okay. So I have been part of the system. So these 3 categories, one completely private, one public, one run jointly by missions and the state, but still funded by the state. Like if you take Wegehe, Archbishop Porter, Mfansepim, these are all mission schools, but heavily funded by government. Now, what you will see is that, private practice, you go to state-funded schools. On Sunday, my child, your child, is compelled to go to church service on Sunday, it is completely wrong. I'm not saying so because I'm intolerant. Huh? I'm not saying so. But by our constitution, doing so means that you make one religion superior to the other. And sometimes you can see the contradiction it creates in our children. I'm a Muslim. I'm a role model to my children. I bring them up according to Islamic tradition and culture and understanding and worldview. Now they go to school and they sit in front of a pastor who tell them that Muslims will go to hell. I mean, my children ever reported to me, I will not mention the school, but they ever reported to me, even at parades. At parades, it's the Bible that is used. This is not a mission school. And I say this without any fear of contradiction. It is wrong and unconstitutional. It is wrong.
Even though it's the laws of the school, the rules of the school.
Yes. And I'm saying so not because I'm intolerant. No. I'm very tolerant. But what is unconstitutional is unconstitutional. But it's been made part and parcel of the school system. And so you are in a stage where now you are teaching your children, you are teaching them government, civic education, you are teaching them human rights, you are even bringing them, you want to teach them human rights issues, and they are reading the constitution. They have become conscious of their rights, and then you deny them the rights. You have made them conscious of it. But as you say, in the name of school regulations, you deny them the right. What you are doing, you are building a team or an army of young people who will grow not to respect the rights of others. They will not see anything wrong abusing anybody's right. But when you create an open system where you are tolerant, and because of that, at one time you bring a Christian and he's talking to a Muslim. At one time you bring a Muslim, he's talking to a Christian. And we are seeing where we all meet in terms of our values. The Muslim is talking about corruption. The Christian is talking about corruption. The Muslim is talking about honesty and honest service to nation. The Christian pastor is also saying, and those who are listening to this are both Muslims and Christians. You are building a culture of tolerance.
So do you think we'll get there?
I think we are not there, but I think we must work there. Then the third one is the Christian mission schools. Yeah. For them, look, I want to be honest here. Some people don't want to agree that we have mission schools. We have them. These are schools established by the missions. They were the pioneers. If you take, formal education. But if you take general education, then Islamic education antedates mission Western education. Islamic education was brought in this country. The tradition of literacy to write and read was introduced by Muslims in this country, ahead of the coming of the Europeans. But if you take formal education, the Christian community is the pioneer of that. And so that's why they have many of the schools. And for them, education is key to evangelism at the time. Very key. So they have built these schools on the foundation of Christian philosophy, Christian doctrines. But that it has been run so much so that government has come into support, and it has become attractive. So it's virtually now a public school. So in such schools, when you go, they have their Christian traditions. So I think it will be unreasonable for any Muslim to go to any mission school and request that a mosque must be built there. So I asked them, what is a St. Thomas? Don't you hear the word saint? Can't you hear saint? When you hear the saint, what comes into your mind? Come to a Christian community. And this St. Thomas Aquinas.
Well, most of these schools have places of worship for Muslims.
That's why I'm saying that we should not use the same brush in painting all of them. Some are very tolerant. They have accepted Muslims and they are living. And so I think that where we have reached, because we have remnants of some of those who are intolerant, who might be abusing the rights, like we are told in the case of Wesley Girls. That's what we are told. For them, you go, they see a copy of the Quran in your luggage, you are in trouble. Either it is seized, or they'll tell you here, no, you can't bring Quran here, even though it is in the bag. You can't say your daily salat, your daily prayer. You cannot say. You have to stand on your bed. You see, this is humiliating. I'm saying that it's humiliating. It's denigrating. You see, you come, your whole identity is challenged. You are not fully accepted.
But there are those of the views that you should build your schools, build yours, and go ahead with that. How do you approach
You see how
that?
dangerous that thing is? Dangerous. Dangerous for the tolerance and peace of our country. It is divisive. I, as a Muslim, will never support that approach. Never support that approach. You know the danger? Okay. So now it's we and them. Okay, Christians, build your schools, train your children. Muslims, build yours. And you know the message I give to the children? And then I go ahead and say, you know, these people, they don't like us. That's what we say. I mean, these people, you know, and they also say the same thing against us. And then we fill these children with a certain mindset of intolerance, mindset of hate, that Christians don't like Muslims, Muslims don't like Christians. And we build this. You know, when you are in child, one of the dangerous things you can do to your child is to be pointing somebody to your child that he's our enemy. Every day, he's our enemy. Every day, he's our enemy. You know what the child can grow to become? And once that mindset is grounded, to undo it, very Herculean. Very Herculean. And that's why it is not good, it is not right, it is wrong for anyone to advocate for distinctively separate schools for Muslims and Christians. But what we need to do is to build the culture of tolerance. And culture of tolerance, you see, let me add this before we go for our break. You see, tolerance, Yeah. If you don't understand tolerance well, tolerance has a limitation. In Chi, you say, Obi andini lemu. You are here. Live and let's live. That's what it means. Live and let's live. So do your thing, let me also do my thing. There is a gap. The relationship there is not authentic. That's why I use that word facade, and people didn't understand it. I want authentic relationship, what is built on the principles and values of love, mutual understanding, mutual support, sympathy, empathy. You hold with children empathetically. It's empathy that defines the authenticity of any relationship. So, for me, it's not enough that I meet you on the surface. Oh, we are one. Like you are living in a community. Oh, you say we are one. We share the same neighborhood. We eat together. Then one day, my child offends your child. When I see the way you hold my child, you are prepared even to kill him. So all this time that we are together, I thought you will even look at the way we relate and say, oh, okay, report him to me, and then we see how we can handle. But that I'm talking, you will not even look at me at all. Me, my child. In front of me, you are hitting the child. Then I sit back, I'll cringe. I say, hey, so this, the way we are, I thought that even when there's a matter, we'll be able to resolve. But once you refuse, it tells me it's a facade.
On this heavy note, we take our break, and then when we come back, we're going to talk about our Zongo communities and the importance of these communities and how they are used by, or used in quotes, by politicians. We'll be right back after this break. This is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe, Ismail Akwe. Welcome back to The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe, Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Sheikh Amiao Shaibu. So Sheikh, are you a product of the Zongo community?
In fact, I'm a Zongo in and out.
Okay.
All my corners is Zongo. I'm a full Zongo breed.
Okay. So, you know, they say Zongo is a migrant community of people from other parts of the northern sector of the country and even other countries like in northern Nigeria and other places. And currently in Ghana, Zongo is synonymous to youth mobilization, where you find the youth in anything political, any organization by any political party, you find a lot of the Zongo youth there. Do you think this is a positive approach to the Zongo communities?
Well, it's not positive. It's not positive. We all have come to this level by God's grace. I'll tell you, I'm not any special human being. I'm a full Zongo breed. I belong to the community, those of us who trace our ancestry to the northern part of Nigeria. So people like me are those who are core to the Zongo. So we have the Zongo and we have the core Zongo. The core Zongo. The core Zongo are those, who have come from outside, whose ancestry. So yes, those who largely Hausa. That's why I tell people, Zongo is not an English word. It's not Chi. It's not Dagbani. It's not Wale. It's not Guruni. No, it's Hausa. And once it's a Hausa word, it has an origin. And that origin then defines also who are truly the Zongo people. But as we develop, so it's a transit point, when people, clerics were coming, traders who were coming, to merchants, they were coming, and they were engaging, the big market of Salaga and those things. They were coming to trade. As they come, they settle at a transit point with the intention to go back. But then as market booms and they now continue to remain and they enjoy the environment, they remain. And they give the birth to children, and then also those who came as part of the colonial constabulary, those who came to be enlisted within the army and the police at the time, they were largely people from. So after all those wars, then they remain here. They are the grandparents of those of us who are here today. But because it's supposed to be a transit point, usually they are located at the periphery of town. But they keep on giving birth. They grow. And then as the township grows, they are surrounded, and you finally find them at the center of town. But that because of the way they are seen, the Zongo is a neglected community, marginalized, disrespected. So they are left with no facilities, no amenities, no pavements. They are living like that, and then no opportunities. So they live more on the foundation of their cultural values and certain traits. For example, sewing, leather works, wanzam, butchering, and so on and so forth. So those who are not captured within this then remain. There are no schools, and so on and so forth. You see, when you neglect a growing community, you create danger. When you marginalize, you see, when you use these words, they are words. To marginalize, it's a verb. If you marginalize, deprived, marginalized, because somebody is doing the marginalization. It's somebody who is doing the marginalization. So you are marginalized, or you are deprived. Somebody has deprived you of what you must get. These things are supposed to really be part and parcel of the growth and development of the community. But when they are denied, you have a certain skewed development. So and because of that, you find desperation, idleness, poverty, all those things they play into forming the outlook. The outlook. That's why I'm saying people like me are all, we say it's by God's grace and by God's favor.
So this marginalization, could that be the root cause of the
vulnerability? Yes. The vulnerability
of the youth in the community?
Anytime you subject anybody to a treatment that makes him feel inferior, inferiority is a psychological state. And it manifests through or in different bizarre behavior. Any person who's inferior, test his behavior and see. Because sometimes he wants to prove to you that he is there. He can also act. It's a mark of inferiority. So for a long time, that's how we were made to grow. That's why a very few of us, and in those days, and because of this Christian evangelization, the pioneer Zongo settlers did not like Western education. That's also one of the facts. We didn't like Western education. In fact, as late as the time that I finished Form 4, my father, who is a Muslim cleric, he's not enthused about Western education. And that's also, after Form 4, I remained in the house for six years before. I didn't go to secondary school. So I ended up to becoming a teacher. I had to go to the training college at Sefirioso. Even that one, because some other colleague teachers, I was teaching as a people teacher also. So they kept on pushing me to go to school, and I ended up in the training college. I could have fallen by the wayside. I could have become like any other Zongo person. I could have become. That's what I'm saying, is by God's grace. And those who are older than me, many of them also have to lose their religion in the name of education. They want to mission schools, and through that evangelization, they lost their Islamic identities. There are plenty.
These concerns are growing and they are wide. And I'm sure, I'm certain that this is the reason why we have the Ministry of Inner City and Zongo communities. Is that ministry rightfully placed, and have you seen any change since the setup of the ministry?
Well, even before that, we saw some, change, because the Muslim community, young people were becoming more and more confident. Some married parents have understood the need for education and were going to school. And so the number of Muslim middle class, for example, kept on growing. And I think where we are now, you can see we are not there yet, but I think it's encouraging. People like me, of my generation, and those behind me, and those ahead of me, we can see that some. But because the issue of the Zongo became also politically attractive, and at one point, the Zongo people had become conscious of the fact that they were being exploited politically. And so both all the parties were now looking for a way to change their approach to the Zongo community, because they needed also, look, the politicians had done their research, and some of them are talking, is it more than 300 Zongos in the country, or 3,000? I can't remember, I'm not very sure. But the number is big. Your man can check. You can check on your Google. I mean, they have done their research.
I'm sure after the census, we'll get some figures.
The Zongo communities, they are growing. So they have become politically attractive. So politicians want, because they have used us, and to my pain, I say this to my pain, I can't see any of my colleagues or any young generation below me being exploited politically for violence. That for the Zongo to be a source of easy recruitment of young people who are so strong and loyal and courageous, but who can be exploited for violence. I think it's one of the most unfair things that politicians have done to the Zongo. And I say so I'm not talking of one party or the other party. The Zongo young people have been used wrongfully for a long time, but because many of them are disenchanted, they are looking for opportunities. So they hook themselves up to political fortunes. They are expectations. They think if party A comes to power, I will get. And so they go into it. They are very loyal. If party B comes to power, I also get what I want. And that's how come we have, they are now rallying around, if you like, the Zongo Cockles of the NDC, the Nasara Club of the MPP. It has a background. It has a background. It is the platform to mobilize Zongo support for the parties.
Wouldn't policy help solve this problem?
So,
because all these Zongo communities have MPs representing them in parliament, and even the ministry was set up to use policy to solve this problem. So isn't it doing what it's supposed to do?
Actually, I was excited. I saw a certain change in the political direction in the Zongo when the idea of the Zongo ministry came up. I remember one station asked me, what do I feel when it was a campaign something, And I said, well, I have lived in this country across political regimes. I've had promises that have been made without substantial, fulfillment of the promise. So I'm waiting to see. I received some bashing for saying that, Then not too long, then a minister was appointed. Indeed, the minister, when he was going to be vetted, I was there, because we were all Zongo people, and we were keen in that. And I say so without any disappointment, because you see, the Zongo blood runs inside me. So I was there. So now they asked me, I said, well, once a minister has been appointed, a ministry has been created, and a minister has been put in place, my expectation is that now resources will be made available. It has become something permanent. So we were expecting to see that. And then the Zongo Development Fund was brought in to back it. So our expectations were very high. But if you ask me whether we have really seen the change that one, I said to the larger extent, no. Except that the Zongo Development Fund is still rolling out, but the Zongo Ministry has been scrapped off. In fact, if the president had sought my advice, I would say, Your Excellency, You can scrap the Zongo ministry, but not now. I'll say not now. Because you have made a promise. So the Zongo ministry is a pillar. It's a pillar in the fulfillment of that promise. It's a pillar. And once you cannot measure very well to see the impact it has made, don't scrap it now. Rather resource it more within the coming 4 years, and let's see where it will be able to reach. If he has asked me, I'll tell him, Your Excellency, you cannot have a permanent Zongo ministry. I agree. But to scrap it, not now.
I know people in Nima are expecting their city or their town to be a world-class town, because there was a promise in 2019 that it's going to change, it's going to transform, and so far we've not seen much of it.
Much of it.
Yes.
You know, some of the sad things, sometimes I want to be straight in saying things that I know. You see, the Zongo, sometimes politicians have underrated the intelligence of the people of the Zongo. Yeah, for a long time, including our leadership. That's why people like me, politicians are not very comfortable with people like me, because I observe, I study, I express opinion. My opinion is grounded on what I have lived through and have seen. And then I like to enlighten the folks of the Zongo never to accept the inferior position or become the subjects or objects of exploitation by any, to place them at a, disadvantage and exploit our emotions. You know, for a long time, any politician who comes to Zongo, they know our needs for development. They don't do it. Then they come, they wait in Ramadan. In Ramadan, when my eating is supposed to reduce, you are chasing me with food. And they come and they give us food. They know our development needs. It is not being resolved. But to show that they solidarize, in Ramadan, they come with rice. And most of our people, because, when you are deprived, your condition, something token. So they were following us with token gifts. In Ramadan, they will come. If Eid al-Fitr is coming, then they will come. Then they'll give you, for honorable, honorable, he likes Muslims. Honorable, Excellency. They are happy. Then after Ramadan, they leave you there. Your development needs remains unaddressed. Then the second one is Hajj. Hajj. They leave you there. Your child doesn't go to school. He doesn't have opportunities to get scholarships. They leave the child to be moving around and be taking Indian hemp and other things. Or he becomes a political thug. People are using him. They leave this man, and then they wait until Hajj season is around. Then they come and then they are taking the imams to Mecca. I am a Muslim cleric, and I know what Hajj means. It's a pillar of Islam. And that is why in our religion, you see, Islam is rational. That is why a condition for Hajj is if you can afford. Period.
So is there disunity amongst the Muslim community when it comes to such issues? Because I know there are sects in the religion, and even in Ghana here, Islam has sects. And we've seen a number of issues and problems coming up around these sects. So is it the disunity, or is there a disunity that's hindering this kind of pushback towards these attitudes that we are getting?
No, I think disunity is one. Disunity is one. There's no question about it. That's why the current chief imam has been successful in bringing together all the different sects. But hitherto, it used not to be like that. So you have the Ahlus Sunnah, you have the Tijaniya, and you can if you go back, you can see some of the conflicts. There's no way you can bring Ahlus Sunnah and Tijaniya together, because they belong to different orientations of the Islamic tradition. So they don't. And then you are there, then the Shiites also come in. Shiites is also different orientation altogether. Though we are all grounded on common foundations, but in terms of manifestation and practice, we are different. So that in itself was a setback to our unity. Then you have ethnicity. We have ethnicity. Like I mentioned earlier on, we have those who are the core Zongo. And there are those who speak the Hausa, the Fulani, the Zabarma, and then we have the other side of the Zongo that have come to mix up. These are our brothers, from the northern part of the country, who have come down south. You see, the Zongo become like the safe haven for all Muslims who travel wherever they come. So as people come from the north, so now it has become more cosmopolitan. So you can find the Gurishi is there, the Fulani is there, the Zabarma, the Hausa, the Dagbani, the Gomba people, the Gonja, and so on. And all of them have got their chiefs. And all of them maintain their ethnic and tribal identities. So when it comes to some time, you want to unify them. And in the effort to do so, they have formed what we call the National Council of Zongo Chiefs. In fact, it's an attempt to unify the leadership so that to address development issues. But I don't think that we have succeeded enough to say we are confident. So it's ongoing work. It's an ongoing work which we are trying hard at different levels to now build up the confidence of the Zongo youth, or if you like, the Muslim youth. Let them feel that they also have a contribution to create more opportunities for them. That's why we are now, confronting the politicians and telling them that these our boys, these are what they need. Yeah, poverty is a factor, but I don't think that is so much of a hindrance. That is why to really expedite the rate at which we are getting educated. That's why, personally, in fact, without the politics of it, So if any viewer listens to me and he shares a different, he pardons me for my support, I don't regret and I don't hide my viewpoint about free SHS. Free SHS. Yeah. I even feel the free SHS is for the Zongo. My view.
They benefit more.
I told you, 1973, when I finished Form 4, it took me 6 years because of the financial situation in the house. You think if at that time it was free SHS, I would have remained in the house. So I am one of the representatives of those who could have lost education because of financial difficulties. I was at one time the CEO of Zakat and Sadaqah Trust Fund. You can see young girls who just want small amount of money to pay for exams fee. They are in the final year. And without paying exams fee, they cannot write the examination. Young girls who could become very productive women in our country. The right to their education because they cannot pay exams fees. I have looked on with pain. To see young girls like my own daughters, who could have grown to become CEOs of organizations, to become good wives, productive members of our community, because there was no money. The teeming youth of the Zongo community will benefit from the free SHS. I'm not doing campaign. But I'm saying, devoid of the politics, I think that it is going to help us to accelerate the rate at which we are getting educated. The more educated we become, the more responsible, the more productive, the more resilient we will become, the more conscious we become that nobody can exploit our weakness. I want the young Muslim community to become like me, who are confident, who can see through the issues and address them and build their own future on the basis of their own skills that they have been able to imbibe. And the values that we have inculcated in them, the values of hard work, respect, discipline, honesty, sacrifice for one's community. These are the values that we have lost. These values have faded away in our communities and we are suffering. But now if you come to our communities, no respect for elderly. No respect for elderly because of the conditions in which we are. Everybody is disenchanted, disillusioned, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I think gradually we will get there. Chief Imam is offering us a good leadership, which is bringing us some respectability, some consideration. Every government wants to come to the Chief Imam, and when they come, then the Chief Imam will put the issue before them. I mean, I'm proud to say for once, we were able to get 40 Muslim young people across the country, across the regions of the country, 40 of them selected to go and pursue medicine in Cuba, for example. If we get another 40, wow.
Well, it is very important to note that there are so many young people in Zongo communities who are doing excellently well when it comes to education, when it comes to youth development.
Let me add, look,
and
this
all
time
of that.
when I watched the television, I see CEO, then I see Muhammad Yusuf, then I see CEO, then I see Mubarak. I said, wow, we are making progress.
So indeed, things are changing.
Yes, in those days, if you hear one before you hear another one, you hear one doctor before you have to search before you can get.
Yes.
You know.
So on a lighter note, let me ask about Eid. I think there's another Eid coming up in July.
Yes.
And are we going to use the National Mosque at Kanda?
The National Mosque is supposed to, not too long from now, it will be commissioned. It will be commissioned. The work is far advanced. It's a very excellent edifice, an architecture of Turkish origin, which is unfamiliar, with which Ghana is not familiar. So it gives, a certain new look, which we are all proud of. We may not do the Eid there. The COVID is around. They said a certain strand has also come, and how do they call it? I can't remember.
That's a Delta variant.
The Delta variant. How it looks like, I'm yet to understand.
Does that mean there might be
the virtual
in homes
because the rules are still there. You can see yesterday when the NDC are doing the march, they were reminding everybody of the COVID.
Yes.
So if politicians are even talking about it, then we, the religious people, also have to take it seriously. So we are around the 19th or the 20th. We might be celebrating. We are waiting to hear what the government will say. Once the government does not come out with any new rule, the old rule stands. And we want to be as law-abiding as possible. The Chief Imam respects political leadership, and that is, his behavior to political leadership is grounded on the Quranic texts that obey Allah and his apostle and people placed in positions of authority. And based on that, the Chief Imam respects the authority of government. So if the government says, old man, I think this Delta thing has come, this variant has come, we want to request you to talk to your people that we will not do this open door celebration again. The Chief Imam will obey. And if it does, we'll advise all Muslims to obey.
Okay.
But if we are told, old man, now you can come out, then that one will go to Independence Square.
A final question.
Right.
If I don't ask this question, I'm sure a lot of people would wonder why I'm not asking it, because it's something that has been discussed widely. So is there a succession plan for the Chief Imam's office?
This is a topic which I don't want to touch. You know, it is true. Given the Chief Imam's success, his accomplishments, where he's risen to, the kind of leadership he has given, the reverence and the eminence, that he enjoys. Definitely you can find people who want to know. And indeed, not just those who want to know, but there are people who are interested. They think the position has become so lucrative. It's so attractive. It exudes power, influence, and so on and so forth. But I tell you, the office of the Chief Imam did not construct the Chief Imam's eminence. Did not, and I'm saying so, without any equivocation. The office of the Chief Imam as an institution, as a structure, did not construct the Chief Imam's eminence and reverence. It's his person. It's his person. Like I told you, the Chief Imam is a mystic. So he thinks a lot. Yeah, that's why he has been able to. So there are people who are just interested. They become attractive. But those who are also genuinely concerned that probably because of the growing interest, if we don't have a succession plan, then it will be a reason for conflagration. And people will just, which can be understood. But if you ask the Chief Imam this question, the mystic that I know, his answer is that keep on praying. And God himself will select for you somebody better than me. That's what he has said. Sometimes we have cringed when that question, a journalist put that question to him. We were trying to dodge it because of the sensitivity. But one journalist ventured, and when he joined, I just cringed, but I kept silent. Well, this one is the old man who has been asked, not me. So kept silent, And he said he never knew he would become the national chief imam. And he has never expected to. It is not part of a desire and ambition to become a national chief imam. And he said it's by God's grace and favor. So he told the journalists, let's pray. And his prayer is that God will give us somebody better than him.
So the office will keep to the prayer?
So that we'll keep on praying.
Okay.
And I believe in prayer. So instead of clamoring, the next chief imam must be somebody who speaks English. Look, we don't need English in this leadership. Chief imam doesn't speak my English, but I'm there around him, supporting him to do his work. The Chinese people don't speak English. Japanese, they don't speak English. Iranians, they don't speak English. They don't speak English. And yet they are able to provide leadership. For me, it is the least on the list of things to consider for our next national chief imam. The values. The values. The cleanness, the purity of his person and his heart, his soul. That is the secret. Who is able to assure us that there's one person who can get all these attributes, that we can depend on him. Chief imam speaks less. He's not loquacious like myself. No.
So is there a committee that would do
that
work?
No committee. We are just allowing the chief imam in the way that he understands his things. And then we keep on, occasionally it comes up, and he keeps on giving that advice.
So in his own wisdom, he's going to
and I'm sure God himself will guide us too. I have this view that there's a secret about why the chief imam. See, for example, age. The chief imam's age is a very big advantage for us. You bring somebody as young as me, who can be insulted by anybody. My cohorts, my generation are there. They see me like an equal. I make any small mistake, they will insult me. But because of his age, that's one factor. It's 102. And everybody who stands in front of him say, our father, our grandfather. In our culture, how we revere age. And that's why when there's an issue and he comes in, he's pure. He's grounded himself in spirituality. And that's why many people see that position as sacred. There are those who look at it more from a material point of view. Oh, if you go there, you get influence. But the sacredness, the halo of the place. For me, those are the things I consider most important. All other things are secondary.
Okay, so what are your final words to our viewers? And I'm sure they enjoyed a lot of what you've said, and they were
let's as a nation, let's be proud of Ghana. We've not reached there yet. We've not reached the level of development we want to see. Yes, but it's work in progress. Let's be thankful to God. Where God lifted us from to where we are. There were some years when Ghana was still enjoying this country. I traveled to Burundi or where, and I saw the state of development. I say, wow, Ghana, we have to be thankful to God. That's one. Two, Ghana is peaceful. You see, I would say that let us not underrate our peace. Yes, there are pockets of incidents that are happening in place, but they have not reached a point where we can describe Ghana as a violent country or a country that is not peaceful. White people are moving in this country 12 midnight, 1 a.m. They are walking on our streets. They are walking. People are sleeping outside. But as a community, as a nation, aberrations. You can find elements who are criminals. You see them here and there. So one policeman will be shot over there. Then you see criminals who will attack a bus there. But these things are not enough to say Ghana is not peaceful. And I think we need to be thankful to God. But let's work hard and improve upon it. Those gaps, let's work on them. For example, our police, to what extent they need to be retooled. Additionally, the new skills they need for crowd control, so that at the least of this thing, we don't lose a life, shoot somebody or one or two people will die, then become a reason for us, we are doing elections. Every approach of elections, we are intention. How should we improve our electoral system so that we save ourselves this tension that comes at any time election is approaching? We want to be as comfortable as peace in our minds. I think these are the things that together, if we work at it, we will sustain our peace and we will see faster. I call on all citizens to be honest to the service of our country. Let's eschew corruption. Let's be honest in doing what it takes to move our country forward. Let's have a little bit sense of sacrifice. Let's do politics of integrity. Politics of integrity where we see politics only as a means to obtain political power to render service to our country, not to make money.
Thank you very much for coming, and want to thank you also for watching. This is The Lowdown. You can watch us every Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
My very first job was teaching at St. Augustine's. My father was a catechist and a school teacher, a head teacher. My mother was a baker and a seamstress. I acted in Inspector Bediako and then Yes Matron.
Did you have any subjects that you hated?
Hated?
Yes.
Chemistry.
He's not the one who would, the type of, lecturer who would spoon feed you. He makes you think.
Thanks to people like Professor Martin also, I was a complete theater. Everything that we had gone through had made me ready for the market.
What else do I need to say that I've been celebrated enough? More than enough.
Hello and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we bring you business news that made headlines during the week, as well as an exclusive interview. My name is Na Oyokwote. Henceforth, importers are going to be paying more due to the increment in the cost of ocean freight. A 40-feet container, which was previously pegged at $3,400 is now $8,400. Now, this has caused agitation among traders who rely on the import and export business. On BizTech today, my colleague Ernestina Sewa Asante sat with the president of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, Dr. Joseph Obeng, who discussed the challenges as well as the way forward.
During the week, there were reports that the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority had increased freight charges at the port. This got several reactions from the various associations in the business communities, including the Ghana Importers and Exporters Association. Today on BizTech, we'll be speaking to the GUTA president, Dr. Joseph Obeng, to know the impact of these new charges on traders and consumers at large. Welcome back from the break. Now, Doc, for our viewers who are not business inclined, what do we mean by freight charges?
When you talk about freight charges, it simply means that you're a businessman, you have traveled abroad, gone to buy your goods from your suppliers. They've produced these goods for you. Now you are left with transportation. So you approach your shipping line, you send his container to the premises of this factory, and then the goods are loaded, and then they transport it back to the port, and then load it into their ships, and then transport it to your preferred destination. And all these things is not free. It comes with the charge, because it's somebody's business. And so that is what we call the freight charges.
Just this week, we heard that there's an increment in the freight charges at the ports. How has this impacted your business?
Yeah, the increment has come 1,800 from China, Guangzhou to be precise. So this is how astronomically these freight charges have risen to.
So obviously it means the consumers, whether we buy the goods, are going to be affected, right?
Definitely, because world commodity prices itself have gone up because of the effect of the same COVID that we're talking about. Copper prices have gone up, metal prices have gone up, PVC prices have gone up astronomically. In cases, it's almost 100% increase, 30 and 40% depending on those raw materials. And so naturally our cost prices have already gone up, coupled with the freight charges that we're talking about now, which have also gone up almost 500%. If you take 3,000 as a standard charge for the freight in the past, and now it's 13,800, then this thing have gone up over 400%. And so it's very high, and it adds up to the cost, and a huge cost at that. And that's what the consuming public have started having the feel of this, and it's very bad out there. And this is the reason why we are telling government and appealing to government that there are certain things of the cost component that is beyond government here. Most of them are global, especially the world commodity prices and then the freight charges. But those things that we can help reduce the cost here locally, this is what we are pleading with government to make sure that they are able to do it, so that we can mitigate the plight of the consuming public as well as the importers themselves. Because you see the purchasing power has its own limitation. Wages are not going up, but for prices to go that astronomically high, it means that the consumers cannot contain it. And that's why we are appealing to government that the freight charges that the customs decided to impute into the duty calculation, the new charges should not be introduced, and that we should use the standard prices, because this increase or increment is just a transitional something. It's not something that is permanent. We deem it as artificial, and also an effect, a bad effect at that on the COVID pandemic. So we should not even be seen that we are getting advantage of the effect of the COVID to surcharge the consuming public and that of the importers as well. Okay. What we are saying is that the old freight charges should be used, and that is fair.
Okay. So for clarity's sake, does it mean that if post-COVID they are going to revert to the old charges, or they'll keep maintaining the new charges, the new freight charges?
No. This is not going to be permanent. You can trust me, because it's logistics, demand and supply. They are saying that the reason is when they send these goods from China to Europe and America, the same is not being returned because of low productivity and the other end of the globe and all that. If this is the reason what they have signed, it means that the containers are there. They haven't gone anywhere. It's only because of demand and supply that has brought about this, especially with the pandemic going up, which gives challenges for employment issues, people not being able to undertake their normal work, and that productivity have gone down in other areas and all that. Yeah.
So what are the local costs on importation that meant to mitigate?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the imputing the freight charges into the calculation of duties. That is one, because at this time the price difference is too huge from the standard prices and all that. That is one. And then the other area that we want government also to look at is the activities of the shipping lines here. After charging us this huge charges for freight and all that, when we come locally here, they also they charge us some, what I would say, some illegal fees at the port, and that is not helping us at all. Especially something like the release charges and all that. We think that embedded in these freight charges are some of these operational costs locally as well. And so government should, as matter of agency, try and bring some controls into the shipping lines activities. Otherwise, it is a rip-off. I see it's something like a cartel by these multinationals to rapers of, which is not good. We also pay a lot of demurrages at the port, and we think that they do it deliberately so that they can prolong the time that we are able to clear our goods, because government works, customs works 24/7. And they choose to work up to about 4:30, and then they close. They could have made a shift system where they will continue along with the customs. And then weekends also they do not work, or even holidays, where customs will be working and all that. It means that it's a deliberate ploy to prolong clearance for them to have these huge sums of demurrage fees, which also is a huge amount that goes against importation and clearance. Yeah.
The conversation is getting interesting, but then we are taking a quick break. When we come back, we delve into the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat signing MOU with the African Shipping Council.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
Welcome back from the break. So, Doc, AFCFTA Secretariat signed MOU with African Shippers Council to ensure the free flow of goods from one country of origin to the other. What's Guta's take on it?
I think that is a brilliant move and a good observation that we have all been having in the past, that trade among ourselves is going to be difficult unless we have a smooth transportation system, because business trade facilitation bounds on cost of doing business, ease and doing business, and time of doing business, and all these can be brought about by transportation aspect. If we're able to have a good transport system, primarily, probably if we can even get our own shipping line for the continental free trade, to be plying along the African coast, primarily for this business, then of course it will augur well for us. Otherwise, we will depend on other ships that are applying to other destinations, but they use the Africa as a transit, and sometimes it makes the whole process very long. Sometimes they will even go as far as to Spain or elsewhere before coming back to Africa, and it will augur well for us. So if we be able to get our own shipping line, or a very easy form of transportation, whatever it will be, I think it will go a long way to facilitate the efforts that we are doing for the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area.
So what's your take on the National Insurance Commission saying that you should insure locally before you take any trading activities?
Yeah. Normally, we will want the local companies to be successful. But then when we say that, right things also must be done. And it is very unfortunate for Parliament to even have gone ahead to enact this law, where it also goes with a custodian sentence and all that, where it is even not practicable for us to insure locally, because of so many reasons that we have also complained to government and then also to the National Insurance Commission itself. If we have done stakeholders engagement and we have factored our input, they could have understood our plight, so that they would have reshaped the whole law and all that, and that has not been done. But the fact that we are not doing this business in isolation, and that we do this business with our suppliers who have equal stake in the goods that we bring, because of terms of payment and all that, guarantee systems by some insurance offshore and all that. It does not make it even practicable for you to tell your supplier that you have to come to Ghana to do this insurance, where they have their preferred insurance companies who are ready to guarantee for them this shipment. So this is the reason why it make it impractical for us to adopt the new system that they want to introduce. What we are expecting the local insurance companies to do is that theirs is a service, and the service can never be imposed on anybody. You make your service attractive, and that's the only thing. You do not impose any service on anybody, even for the person to suffer a custodian a sentence. That is way too hard for them to have even done, and it doesn't augur well for the trading community. Their premium is also extremely high. They have engaged with this in the past, and they don't have the capacity to insure us. Sometimes when you give them the goods that we are bringing, they simply just do not have the capacity, and the premium that they also tell you to charge is way too off the mark. That do not attract people into their fold. That accounts to the reason why they only have 6% of the general market of the marine insurance. So the onus lies on them to make their service very attractive, so that naturally people will opt for their service. And they should also, once they want to warn themselves to the trading community, they should also come to area where the risk is very high. They are shying away insuring our shops and all that, citing that it's a high risk area because of Makola being congested, KGTR and all that, and with the kind of premium that they give to our people are not being able to even insure our goods. And then you just go offshore. Even onshore, you can't do anything, and then you want to go offshore. This is not fair. If they want to bridge up with this good relationship and all that, then this thing will carry on naturally for us to even move on to do the offshore business with them.
So far, since AFTA became operational in January 1st, how has businesses been like? Have you heard of any comments about the trading activity?
AFTA came, and then we thought we were going to have a good reference from those people who started. And if you know, Casapreco was the one that they showcased. They showed it on TV and everywhere. That they were the first to assess the AFTA program. And the story that came from Casapreco did not encourage anybody because they were actually frustrated in their first business. And I wonder if they've even taken advantage of a second business and all that. And so the reference has not been good. And I don't know most people who have started taking this advantage because the information itself is lacking. We don't, for the trading sector, we do not have adequate information as to what and what is produced here. And don't forget that we of Africa, we consume finished products. We do not consume raw materials. They have always been saying that intra-trade between African nations is 15% only. 15% is because most of us are not producing the finished products, and most of all these finished products are being outsourced from Asia, Europe, America, and elsewhere. If you want to assess most of our import requirements in Africa, you can only get about 20% out of the entire productivity in the world. You can get only about 20%. So unless we are able to add value to our products, get finished products at competitive pricing, quality, good quality, and then and then the ease of transportation and all that we're talking about, the mode of a payment, the transfer and all that, they all come collectively to make it whole, this after that we've been talking about. So you cannot do this after in isolation unless you compare it to international practices, what we do with our previous trading partners in Asia and all that. Most of them have some guarantee system, some nice payment systems for risk. Their quality is good, their pricing is very good and all that. And one thing that is not even making the whole thing attractive is that the duty free that they promise the S and all that is being staggered. So what it means is that it's going to take maybe 10 years before we realize the full exemption that they want to give to us. And this does not make it attractive because especially when we'll be buying most of these goods from Asia where the price is very cheap. And so the negligible difference in the duty does not take anything from that. And the products are already known to us. The quality is also known. And as against a product that we don't even have information of as of now. So I think having come this far, I think after the implementation, it has taken about 7 months now. Every 7 months, they have to do evaluation and see where they are falling short and all that. From my practical view, I think information is simply not there. And then the issues of the rules of origin, there's no clarity as to the permissible goods as against the non-permissible goods. These things are all not known. So how do you start? Most of these our trading partners have been giving us suppliers credit, and then some even countries have even established this Exim Bank guarantee systems and all that. If somebody have this flexible way of doing business with his supplier, then he wouldn't say that because continental free trade is here, he will leave those attractive packages and come for this.
Thank you very much for joining us on BizTech today. I hope you've also learned a thing or two from our conversation today. We've spoken about freight charges, the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and some other issues. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. Thanks for watching BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Ernestina Sewa Asante, for the follow-up on the import and export business. Next is Tech Bits with our friend Jefferson Seniata.
Hello there, my name is Jefferson Seniaja from Afternoon Music. This week on Tech Bits, I want us to talk about our financial goals. We all have our financial targets and things that we have to do. This website we're about to talk about is going to help us manage things better. You know how you always have a daily planner and a daily target or something that you want to buy? This website helps you to actually achieve that. Well, not by actually just generating the money, but helping you manage your money better and helping you actually set those targets bit by bit. It's a simple money management tool that helps us all get by day. So let's get to it. So back to our drawing board. Now, this website is called Intweet. Intweet.com. This focuses on complete financial solutions. Now, Intweet has a product called Mint. So Intweet, by the way, is spelled INTUIT.com. So Intweet.com. Once you get to Intweet.com, you'll be able to see what it really involves, which is having a complete financial confidence in managing your staff. Just by the way, QuickBooks is a tax accounting solution software. But the product we are interested in today by Intweet is called Mint. You can click on the Mint right there, right at the top there. So this is actually the main website we are actually coming to, Mint. So the URL ends up being mint.intweet.com, which is a product of Intweet. So Intweet, Mint, it's almost like a financial money management tool. It helps you reach your goals with personal insights, making track budgets and all that. And it's all free. I'd advise everyone to have a look at it. Sign up is very straightforward and easy to use. And it's your normal username, email address, and you're good to go. Even your phone number is recommended for you to sign up. So it's very easy to sign up. Now it has very in-depth analysis on how you can manage your stuff. Now it's a mobile app, so just keep in touch that once you sign in, you can use the web app too, but the mobile app is available on Android and iOS for those, and you can see a screenshot of how it looks on the app, where you're able to manage your cash, manage your goals, whether you set your target for a focus on what you want to do, whether it's an educational thing, whether it's a financial shopping budget or anything that you want to. This tool, Mint by Intweet, is the great tool to get started with. We are trying to build a house. This is a great money management tool for you to have. I advise everyone to look at it. It has great features like budget planner, credit monitoring. This is not so detailed in terms of us Ghanaians or Africans, so we might not find that feature that useful. But I mean, there's most of us that have maybe loans from the bank, so this might be useful to them. But you'll be able to track your spending, see where your money is going and what you need to do to improve on overspending. So
This is a great tool. I'll advise everyone to use. It's free, perfectly free, and it's a great financial goal tracker. I hope you found this week very useful and very promising. Even if you're not going to use it, I encourage you to recommend this video to a friend or two. And I'll see you again next week. Bye for now.
Next is business headlines. The battle against the coronavirus still continues. As experts say, the fight may be far from over. Today, the country's active cases is about 2,314, with 143 new cases recorded as of early June 12, 2021. For this reason, the World Bank is giving out US $200 million loan facility to the government of Ghana and the Ministry of Health to help in the fight against the coronavirus pandemic.
Parliament has passed.
So when I finish reading, then I open
to the heart of ensuring that the LEAP program, jobs in the rural areas and assets are also supported to make sure that no one is left behind. So I continue to see additional collaboration, partnership, and substantial resources from the World Bank towards implementing policy initiative under our Ghana Cares program, specifically targeted to support food security, local manufacturing capabilities, optimizing our flagships and strategic programs, and making Ghana a manufacturing hub for our society. You signed already?
No, I didn't. After all, I did not.
Now on the central bank, Ghana's central bank is set to begin the first of 3 pilot phased rollout for the nation's digital currency in September this year. The currency, which is known as the ECD, is expected to operate in sandbox interim and hinged on advancing financial inclusion and facilitating trade towards a cashless economy. First Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Maxwell Opoku Afari, providing details at a workshop for business journalists, said the digital currency, when fully adopted, will outline the use of other digital currencies. He said, digital currency is part of the central bank acknowledging the need for digital payment and digital delivery of financial services. By this, the Bank of Ghana will provide a platform on which we can add more value to digital transactions. We have to take our time to design it with all the security features, and so have started it in a pilot phase through what we call a sandbox to learn lessons before we open it up to the general public. Now, on the Union of Traders Association, president of the Ghana Union of Traders Association has kicked against plans by government permitting Nigerian retailers to facilitate trade in Ghana. This comes on the back of the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Gbagbe, announcing before Nigeria's House of Representatives a review of the GIPC Act 2013 Act 865 that bars foreigners from partaking in retail trade. Of particular mention is the reconsideration of $1 million minimum requirement for trading enterprises under Section 28 of the Act. This is to facilitate regularization of the businesses of affected Nigerian traders in the trade impact. Now on the government of Ghana, the newly launched Ghana.gov platform is estimated to earn the country some 3 billion Ghana cedis in revenue mobilization annually, Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia has indicated. According to him, the platform, which will serve as a comprehensive digital service and revenue generation point of call, will be accessible to the general public to assist them to conduct businesses with government institutions and agencies.
Ghana.gov will help grow government revenue. It is estimated that about 10 to 15% of collections are lost through inefficiencies, theft, or other accounting schemes. Going digital means that we can improve our revenue collection by an estimated 3 billion cedis annually. Also, the sheer convenience of enabling all of us to pay for government services with our mobile money, our bank accounts, our new QR code, our fintech apps on our phones, or even, through the bank's drafts and so on. The hassle of going through long queues and hopping from office to office just to make a payment for a government service will simply become a thing of the past. Ghana.gov will help grow government.
Now on the financial sector, the Ministry of Finance has submitted a list of board members to the Bank of Ghana for approval as part of the processes to kickstart the operations of the Development Bank Ghana. According to sources familiar with the matter, the board members, when approved, will pave the way for the bank to commence its full operation, which is expected to take place by the end of July this year. Director of Financial Services at the Finance Ministry, Samson Akligo, had earlier assured the establishment of the Development Bank Ghana will complement the capacity of the Agricultural Development Bank. The Student Loan Trust Fund has disclosed about 42,813 borrowers are in default on their students' loan. The fund explained these persons have completed programs in school many years ago, have resorted to not paying back the loans. As a result of this and the fund's resolve to recouping the loans, it has since published the names of the defaulters on its website and requested for the loans to be repaid. Additionally, the fund has vowed to expose the identity of debtors in the media should they fail to comply with the directive. So it's a wrap for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Get interactive with us on all our social media platforms. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. Also, get to be a part of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards that seeks to recognize individuals and groups who have contributed to the development of Ghana by nominating your favorite individual or groups. The forms are available on the website beneath most of our stories on www.ghanaweb.com. You can also nominate via awards@ghanaweb.com. Thanks for staying with us. My name is Na Oyokote.
Hello, my name is Kofi Otri Dakwa, and I'm very excited to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Once you get behind your steer, you should know that you're not the only one that you're protecting. You're also protecting other people. So please conform to what you see on the road in terms of the speed limits, go by the speed limits. Another thing I'd like to say is that please, no matter how small it is in terms of alcohol, once you know you're going to drive, don't drink. So go ahead, do the right thing, save a life.
what can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations, you're doing a good job.
In the history of Ghana's showbiz, we've had Azigiza Jr., Lord Kenya, Jesse Jones, Ofurian Ponsa, and a host of others quit secular to win souls for Christ after seeing the light. In fact, recently, fetish priestess Nana Agrada announced a decision to ditch her deities for the gospel. Now, all these have come with their controversies. But Moises' metamorphosis from being risque to someone who wears something that could best be described as a gown to prove her conversion and attempting suicide is an issue that is very, very controversial. And so we table it for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. The show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Joining me on the show today is Vida Educhumwa Boatin. Vida is a columnist. Vida, welcome.
Thank you, Abrantepa.
Nana Alredu is with oneplayafrica.com. Nana, Akwaba. Nice. Let's join Ama Bruni for the tidbits. We call it Nkomo.
Ya say baby na watwin se hu se mi shefita na ye boshiro ya adamfo ba ku no se nyankopon ato ne sa afre no ne kanti bia na wo mu gya wato meke na wo se mo isha asem na yeke ne sakra wa sakra mu nsem na mechi ni nyina na watwi ama broni ma bei nkomo ho ya be kire mu na ne ye koso nyina ye de abrem ma ye ntwa ye ho na ye mbra sesia. Se minimi se masum ye mode mu twan ye tie mo isha sense ba mo de mama ye fa nkosha ase wo baby na ye starting fee ye sound engineer bia ye friend no yo sound boy ye Rashid Metal nyum no noise ono anaja oye enyomi na nkomo bia betudwa ne se ye sound boy se de yare abon kakra kidney problem we nya bi na yire e de aba betudwa se de odada ile se sukwa mpo ye twe se ye be ne kidney transplant asemi ba nkofo so akeka won sa ase kakra nti hwa ye hwe ni ma ne se janto bo kakra be Naija omude akwakoye eye sound boy mbona ne ho etumi ato no ene mama ye nto aso eye actress Efiodo ye ka eye fix the country anu se ogie ni mankasa na Efiodo na din se mi betu dwa se na o hwe na nkofo ni amakoi wa mu se se mi by pressure aba na wo se Efiodo owo party say owo se de wa bre nti for ne mental health nti okọ break akra be take break of social media na se mi by na yeso efia wo de je wa home kakra se na se mi eye o ambassadorial deal be with interior deco be company bill 3 years contract on one and assigning na betu just also okọ break from social media na nkofo na bale se we terminate contract we twem se wo nya active de ne Efiodo contract ne ye je fi unsem asemi a shedan kwa ye nkofo de but say ja contract de wasani de se we follow terms and conditions Efiodo ye hope se bibia be ye fine ama wo camp ayo na mama ye nto ase so ya bia na wo kroma anu se prema mbo nda fam so be se wo slade a wa hu se sisters ya be na se hu se sisi echin yi ahama chentapoli kra eso sisi hu se na wa hye da chechire ankasa wo se waist trainers ya be ene ye slimming pills hyperflatomy na wakwakoto bi na ade de ebuso wo hwe celebrities be on social media wo advertise ene wo de won sisi be gina wo so se wo bo sa waist trainer ye betumi ama wanya se na girls be bra ye wa na je se wo de won sa akwakoto eye actress Yvonne Nelson abechi mo chema sa anyama ni nyina mo forget na enye adwuma waist trainer slimming pills say flatam ni nyina ho anya adwuma nti mo amun didi na makokoto ti na no ane se mo no ma no pawia if one else say opening say open small waster ene fa weni kire gym enye sanso de na ajeje yi knife ya eye BBL eye yi nwa wo ye surgery for eye waist no akakoye bi na wo de weni to eye slimming pill ni waist trainer so ene onua enye adwuma ene say if one else na di ensemi nyina kire mu abre na yakọ eye Shatawale ne former girlfriend eye Shatamichi say those on pen Shatamichi en fen ni Michi keke na wotwe na eye ne ba eye Majesty odi ni birthday na birthday shoot bi omoye ono ama me na one ne ba na etwitwa pictures emu ano sanso de bedrop video bi a o sesese de ne ba no say Nyankopon aboa ne de afa fofra aka ne mfo hudi o so dedicate ne manyame to ko baptize no na video no de be to dwa na eja sa manfu wa onim kokon sa we hwehwe mehu se na ne papa wonfa na wo hwe ma wo hu se Shatawale nka video yi hu eyi na obi betro wo eyi Michi eyi post na say Michi awa kwaye hu se o ye hu single man bia so be so fa tag na say wo be so wo kire ye se Shatawale nhweba na eyi na eyi Michi hu no say patro gina be bia wo gina na men ka asem nchiro unchia school fees nti untumi be kire me se na me live me life na ye ngina eye Shatamichi nsensem ya so Michi nsem yi be kan yi na say ngofo raise concern say ase oni Shatawale omuntem enhyeda enye okay sa na eye lady bi o say friend Madeline Love mse wo say Shatawale ni partner bi na adam for ankasa ni chocho mutu ankasa ono de nsem bia betudwa wo say we gu eye Shatamichi enum asepoto je say we gu n'enum ase ankasa o kire ma Michi wo kama na oni Shatawale wo ye dance musician Shatawale wo na wo fa na echi wo twa fem ankasa woni ko fudwudwudwe mutumi di bi ba fie ho nyina nsem ya eye Madeline kan ye nse nim say eye no kware ana say eye bosrem kan osanso kire ma eye Shatawale ai Emilia Brobe kuma wood actress ono no kan onye na ye kan command kan me de brew o so ni ne kra ye bibi just say wa listen ko bebre eyi o so obi e friend eyi na apia o so oni Michi die say na apia say ndie ye nim say ono no kan na ba say de Michi e responde nti ye hwe nim say Shatamichi ba be kire mu hu say asem na wa twa to no so no e yampa ana say enyampa na sem say yeba krom hade munim say de bia nkofo anu dem so eye politicians mu ye corrupt most south sky na na asle queens na say ni say eye osofo kum chacha ena odi nkre bia ma eye politicians o kire ma mo amuwie ska no mo abampenfo a o manfu yan kasa ye ska mu wie akodi no yare a eni eduru o kire ma eye HIV AIDS ena enyam say de wo say violence ankasa o chema yare anu ni eduru ena enkam mo amawie ska na ye Ghana fu ska amawie politicians enkam na mo mfa sa ska na ansan so nsam ho yare
wo ya ba mu pani na wo wi Ghana ska ade akoto ogudochile ade akoto dan ade akoye property e wa ogudochile hwe wodi fukum chacha midina wanyame yasam so ewrade ma wonya stroke emra so ewrade ma HIV skani ya japadi enda wo wi akoni nyina nyame man fansa ho yade no so nkoda
na mama yantu ankoma no so ha ma na din nsem bia besuja o twema ya wo schemes e wo krom ha se mumu bebre mama artist fu bebre depression mama wa akọ depression mu ankasa ha ma chema at least se wo nominate na mo bi nomination ba se 9 na ekeka ko anya ankama ne ba kunkwe za 0 sa adu ko fie de enhyeda ntwekọ mama nko fu bebre nya depression amanfo na munje akuna na yentu a wehwe aya Moisha actress Moisha Budon asem na ye edusi wa mum se na watwetwem na ye de brem so Moisha se de oso ode ne ho amanyame bra na obofoforo ye slesle osi aya onu nkofu kununum date onu ana esi no osi wejai ode ne ho amanyame na asem iba na ndi yesi yesum ye de rade asese Nyankopon ankasa eso ye sister yi na ensem bia be chi na amanfo enti ase video bia betu dwa hu se Moisha asema mike Moisha ye kin washa tari long dress bi ne na hu futuru ne nsa hu futuru bi say na den na ekoso a muntie mu Moisha no try say anko bekum ne ho ayo onipa anka Yakopon afem Moisha anka sa try say anko bekum no enye nkofo bi na anka atwem na wo hu say sister yi try so jump fi eye abansuru so asifem no wo so nim na wo do chance wo say sister na den na ekoso Moisha chema say de niama tete no ofreza anka wase say de na anka ye ne bible read you to nyum ne ade na so say enye ma bi hante ne ade on hada ante ase to say the nsem bi no de abetu de ochirima ko sisse obarema bebe ni fi ababe bokokko kwaye ne ho ade de wakata ne nemu ono obarema bi ande bi so abrane de wetwem ono asanso sanso se emia young girls are connect ma mama eye mpanyinfu esikafo yi bi Mufa ne bone chen say oh yes ah. Fi say that time ne dey no wo wiase. Na asem yi bai na mkofo say ah Moisha one kasa na wo kan say me binum dey ayesero but yo kire ma Nyankopon kasa na wa friend. Moisha san so chem say ne car Range Rover ya hu say ne white Range Rover o say wa ton wo ti je say wo kire ma wa ton ne hu ne ma say mpo do ntifie. Moisha na so sa so che say dey offer boats trotro ya be Moisha ntimi nim say bia watena trotro bi ma na say na wo hu say Moisha enam a ti Moisha say dey o say sa ne te bia no wom na on ni sa riches na on ba no be yin ho eno crash she say happy child first na nka ne ninje say na wo be hia Yakopon na wo say ne ho atona kasa na asem yi bai na eye celebrities wo say enye Moisha na ye hu no bibi how no amanfo chema eye asori na okoi na woka so say dey Yakopon aton sa frɛ no omo na mo influence no na mama sister ya aton ne ho nya manyina na ode hakoma pastor sa na nkofo se ahya mode ene eka video bia wa beye o chema eye pastor ya eye na Moisha ko na asori ono na o se o man anointing oil bi so onum ahya mode na eka komo na ekọ na o se o man anointing oil bi so onum onum wie ye no ane ni sister ya aton ne ho nya manyina wo dwen ho awonte ase na asem yi bai na ahya chema eye model aye friend Vika Michaels onim aye osofi ono na o tam Moisha yi no de ne koi na nsem abechi ba Vika Michaels so de nsem abetu jo se enyampa Moisha na nkasa no kware ene de Yakopon na afre no na se otonto ne ho nyama ne de ono akasa na o se finipem Aisha modi so ma eyi osofo ne nkrofo no 24 hours wan fa Moisha mba o so no de ne de wan nim so patako je ko Aisha modi o so be so oni krom hade na so be ko akasa ma mu say yes na asemi na Moisha na fufu bebre akasa eye fia ashas na go chema Ghana fo asemi ba ye mu anam kaka ka ne ho asem no man leading into depression into say dey so be kum ne ho a mu blame mu ho eye Princess Shingo ono akasa na Adam Princess Shingo wan nim say waste yi ne twin a ono eye Moisha ene bonkusi atafre o chema ase na ansemi kwai I say the actress I say you hypnotizing I say bibi koso on jendi pan cause Moisha on ne kasa yo o se wasaka on ne kasa fine evidence dey fine okokum ne ho Pascal akanum nyina de wan atum sese dey say wo yemboa amake abebre say DK bi akwa pimpolo okra be ka so sese ne say yemmo am entertainment industry mo bom ho modern na mo ye ne mbo bia na mo ye ne bontin empire na ye boa ne say Nyankopon na wa frem Moisha ne dey ende ye ne kan kwan so anat obekum ne ho ne nsensem bia be ne dey ene dey enfa kwan munti sese dey ensem a wo kan ne say mumbom pai ema actress Moisha Budon na me say Moisha case ya be do bia de na anu atum eye na adamfo wo se na adamfo eye adwo asafo a o chirima eye business tycoon bi business tycoon Moisha nkofo yi bi ena on ne na akwakoda na wasesa ne kra sese o so de owu ato ne so sese na muhu Moisha no owu da ne so this day ensem onko be kan nkofo se na wo ye sure pa se ono bi na ekoda na wasesa ne kra de owu aman adwo asafo a chirima mumbom pai ma Moisha se na be ya ne kra ebe san so aba ne nchen na se na manfo se no se wo mpai bo bia na eja na wakai eye actress Moisha Budon na se the face no wo mu ne de and afem abrantepa ono abedwa fam nsum na monto asoman da se ne amabroni be san so aba.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the tidbits and komo. For more of these stories, visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com. I mean, I'm free by the Hona Mary or the best start.
Amabroni, I'm not a no. I don't know how much these days, meaning the coso dear, but sometimes arguments need to go on. It's difficult for some of us and to comment and to say the actual things that we really want to say to him. How is not winning awards causing depression for artists? What can say you're nominated to 8 or more or 7 categories chenchina okofi and so the back to kill your depression? You and I know say game name to say when you
and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
In the history of Ghana's showbiz, we've had Azigizar Jr., Lord Kenya, Jesse Jones, Ofurian Ponsa, and a host of others quit secular to win souls for Christ after seeing the light. In fact, recently, fetish priestess Nana Agrada announced a decision to ditch her deities for the gospel. Now, all these have come with their controversies. But Moises' metamorphosis from being risque to someone who wears something that could best be described as a gown to prove her conversion and attempting suicide is an issue that is very, very controversial. And so we table it for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. The show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Joining me on the show today is Vida Educhumwa Boatin. Vida is a columnist. Vida, welcome.
Thank you, Abrantepa.
Nana Alredu is with oneplayafrica.com. Nana, akwaba. Nice. Let's join Ama Bruni for the tidbits. We call it Nkomo.
Ya say baby na watwe se hu se mi shefita na ye boshiro ya adafo ba ku no se nyankopon ato ne sa friend ne kanti bia na wo mu ogya wato make na wo se mo isha asem na yeke ne sakra wa sakra mu nsem na mechi ni nyina na watwe Ama Broni mabe nkomo ho ya be chire mu na ye koso nyina ye de abrem ma ye ntwa ye ho na ye mbra sesia. Se minim se masum ye mu de mu twan ye tie mo isha sense ba mu de mama ye fa nkosha ase wo baby na ye starting fee ye sound engineer bia ye friend no yo Samboy an Rashid Metal nyum no noise ono anaja oye enyomi na nkomo bia betudwa ne se sound boy se de yare abon kakra kidney problem we enye bi na yire e de aba betudwa se de odada ile se sukwa mpo a ye twe se ye ne kidney transplant asem yi ba nkofo so akeka won sa asen kakra nti hwa ye hwe ni ma ne se janto bo kakra beba na eja omude akwakoye sound boy mbona ne ho etumi ato no ene mama ye nto aso actress Efiodo ye ka fix the country onim se ogie ni makasa na Efiodo na din se mi betu dwa se na ohwe na nkofo niam kwei wam se se mi by pressure aba na wo se Efiodo owo party say owo se de wa bre nti for ne mental health nti okọ break akra obe take break of social media na se mi by na yeso Efia wo de je wa home kakra se na se mi o ambassadorial deal be with interior deco be company bi 3 years contract and on one and assign na betu just also okọ break from social media na nkofo na ba se we terminate contract we twem se wo nya active de ne Efiodo contract ne ye je fi unsem asem ya sheda kwa ye nkofo de but say ja contract de was sign de se we follow terms and conditions Efiodo ye hope se bibia be ye fine ama wo camp ayo na mama ye nto ase so yo bia na wo kroma anu se prema mbo nda fam so be se wo slade a wa hu se sisters ya be na se hu se sisi echin yi ahama chentapoli kra eso sisi hu se na wa hyeda achechire ankasa wo se waist trainers ya be ene slimming pills wo perflatom ya na wakwakoto bi na ade de ebuso wo hwe celebrities be on social media wo advertise ene wo de won sisi be gina wo so se wo bo sa waist trainer ya betumi ama wanya se na girls be bra ya wa na je se wo de won sa akwakoto actress Yvonne Nelson abechi mo chema sa anyama ni nyina mo forget na enye adwuma waist trainer slimming pills say flatam ni nyina ni ho enye adwuma nti mo amu ndidi na makwakoto ti na no ane se mo no ma no pawia Yvonne Nelson say upnim se open small waster ene fa weni kire gym enye sanso de na ajeje yi knife ya BBL yi mo awo ye surgery waist no akakoye bi na odi weni to slimming pill ni waist trainer so ene onua enye adwuma ene say Yvonne Nelson edi ensemi nyina nchiri mu abre na yakọ Shatawale ne former girlfriend Shatamichi say those on Shatamichi emfe ni Michi keke na watwe ya na ne ba Majesty odi ni birthday na birthday shoot bi omoye ono ama me na one ne ba na etwitwa pictures emu an osanso de bedrop video bi a o sesese de ne ba no say Nyankopon aboa ne de afa fofra aka ne mfo hodi o so dedicate ne manyame to ko baptize no na video no de be children na eja sa manfu wa onim kokon sa we hwehwe mehu se na ne papa wan fa na wo hwe ma wo hu se Shatawale nka video yi hu na obi betro wo Michi post na say Michi awakwaye hu se o ye hu single man bia so be so fa tag na say wo be so wo kire ye se Shatawale nhweba na Michi hu no say pacho jina be bia wo jina na men ka asem nchiro untua school fees nti untumi be kire me se na me live me life na ye njina eye shata michi nsensem ya so michi nsem yi be kan yi na ase nkofo raise concerns ase oni shata wale omuntem enheda enye okay sa na eye lady bi o me say friend Madeline Love me say wo say shata wale ni partner bi na adam for ankasa ni tocho mutu ankasa ono de nsem bia betudwa wo say we gu eye shata michi enim asepoto je say we gu nenim ase ankasa o kire ma michi wo tama na oni shata wale wo ye dancer musician shata wale wo na wo fa na echi wo twa fem ankasa woni ko fudwedwedwe mutumi di bi ba fie ho nyina nsem ya eye Madeline kan ye chede nim say eye no kware ana say eye bosirem kan osanso kire ma eye shata wale ai Emilia Bobe kuma wood actress ono no kan onye na ye kan komo kan me de brew oso ni ne kra ye bibi just say wa listen ko bebre eye oso obi e friend na apia oso oni michi dai say na apia say ndie ye nim say yo ono no kan na ba say de michi e responde nti ye hwe nim say shata michi ba ba kire mahu say asem na wan twa to no so no e yampa ana say enyampa na sem say yeba krom ha de munim say de bia nkofo anu dem so eye politicians mu ye corrupt most south sky na na asle queens na say ni say eye osofo kum chacha na odi nkrebia ma eye politicians o kire ma mo amu wie ska no mo abampenfo a o manfu yan kasa ye ska mu wie akodi no yare a eni eduru okra o kire ma eye HIV AIDS na enyam say there was a violence ankasa o kire ma yare anu ni eduru na enkam mo amowie ska na ye Ghana fu ska mo wie politicians enkam na mo fa sa ska na ansanso nsam ho yare
wo ya ba mu pani na wo wie Ghana ska ade akoto ogurochile ade akoto dan ade akoye property ewa ogurochile hwe wodi fuokum chacha midina wanyame yasam so ewrade ma wonya stroke emra so ewrade ma HIV skani ya japadi na wo wie akoni nyina nyame man fansa ho yade no so nkoda
na mama yantu ankoma no so ha ma na din sem bia betuja o twema ya wo schemes e wo krom ha se mumu bebre mama artist fu bebre depression mama wa akọ depression mu ankasa ama chema at least so wo nominate na mo bi nomination ba yes 9 na ekeka ko anya ankama ne ba kumpo e za 0 sa adu ko fie de enheda ntweko mama nkofu bebre nya depression amanfo na munje kuna na yantu a wesu aya Moisha actress Moisha budon sem na ye dusi wa mum se na watwetwem na ye de bremu so Moisha se say de oso ode ne ho amanyame bra na ogbo foforo ye sle osi aya onu nkofu kununum date onu ana esin osi wejai ode ne ho amanyame na sem yi ba na ndi ye se yesum ye de rade asese Nyankopon ankasa eso ye sister yi na ensem bi ebechi na amanfo enti ase video bi ebetu dwa hu se Moisha sama mike Moisha ye kin washa tari long dress bi ne na hu futuru ne nsa hu futuru no bi say na den na ekoso a muntie mu Moisha no try san ko bekum ne ho ayo onipa anka Yakopon afem Moisha nkasa try san ko bekum no enye nkofo bi na nka etwem ne wo hu say sister yi try so jump fi eye abansuru so asifem no wo so onim na wo don chance wo sister na den na ekoso Moisha chema say de ni ama tete no ofle san ka wa say de na nka ye ne bible read o tunum ne ade na so say enye ma bi hante ne ade on shada nte ase so say de nsem bi no de abebetu de ochirima ko sisse oberema bebe ni fi ababe bokoko kwaye ne ho adede wakata ne nemu ono oberema bi ande bium so abrane de wetwem ono asanso sanso se emia young girls are connecting ma mama eye mpanyinfu esikafo yibi mfa ne bone chen se oyesa fi se sa time ne de no wo wiase na nsem yi bai nnam kofo se Moisha wan kasa na wo kan se mebinum de ayesero but o kirema Nyankopon kasa na wa friend Moisha sanso so chem se ne car Range Rover ya hu se ne white Range Rover o se wa ton o ti je se wo kirema wa tonton ne hu ne ma se sempo do ntifie Moisha na so sanso che se de offer boat trotro ya be Moisha ntimi nim se bia watena trotro bi ma na se na wo hu se Moisha enam a ti Moisha se de o se sa ne te bia no wom na on ni sa riches na on ba no be yin ho eno kra she say happy child first na nka ne ninje se ne wo be hia Yakopon no se ne ho atona nkasa na sem yi bai na eye celebrities wo se enye Moisha na ye hu no bibi hawo no amanfo chema eye asori na okoi na woka so se de Nyankopon aton sa afre no omo na mo influence no na mama sister ya ton ne ho nya manyina na ode akoma pastor sana nkofo se asha mode ena eka video bia abeye o chema eye pastor ya eye na Moisha ko na asori ono na o se wo man anointing oil bi so onum Aisha modi na eka komo na ekọ no se o ma na no nti o yubi so no onum wie ye no ane ni sister ya ton ho nya menyi na wodwen ho awonte ase na asem yi bai na Aisha chema eye model aye friend Vika Michaels onim aye osofi ono na o tam Moisha no de no koi na nsem abechi ba Vika Michaels so de nsem abetu jo se enyampa Moisha na nkasa ya no kware ene de Yakopon na afre no na se otonto ne ho nya ma ne de ono ankasa na o se finipim Aisha modi so ma eyi osofo ne nkrofo no 24 hours one fa Moisha mba o so no de ne de one nim so patakoje ko Aisha modi o so be so oni krom had na so be ko akasa ma mu say yes na asem ni na Moisha na fufu bebre akasa eyi afia Aisha na go chema Ghana fo asem yi ba ye mu anam kaka ka ne ho asem no man leading into depression nti se say dey so be kum ne ho a mu blame mu ho eyi Princess Shingo ono akasa na Adam Princess Shingo one nim say waste yi ne ne twin a ono eyi Moisha e na ebu nkusi atafre o chema asem na nsem yi kwai I say the actress, I say you're hypnotizing. I say bibi koso. On jendi pan, cause Moisha on ne kasa yo. Also was sakon ne kasa fine. I be then see fine okokum ne ho. Pascal kanum nyina de one or two say they say wo yemboa. Amake abebre say DK be kwa pimpolo kra be cast say ne say yemmo am entertainment industry. Mo bom ho modern na mo ye ne mbo bia na mo ye ne mbontin. Empire na ye boa ne say Nyankopon na wa frem Moisha ne de. Ende ye ne kan kwan so anat obekum ne ho ne nsensem bia be ne de. Ene de enfa kwan munti. Se say de ensem a wo kan ne say mumbom pai ema actress Moisha Budon. Na me say Moisha case ya be do bia de na anu atum. Eye na adamfo, o se na adamfo. Eye adwasafo a. O chirima eye business tycoon bi. Business tycoon Moisha nkofo yi bi. E na one na akwakoda na wasesa ne kra. Se say o so de owu ato ne so. Se say na muhu Moisha no. Owu da ne so. This day ensem onko be kan nkofo say na we ye sure pa say ono bi na ekoda na wasesa ne kra de owu aman adwasafo a chema mumbom pai ma Moisha se na be ya ne kra e be san so aba ne nchen na se na manfo se no we say wo mpai bo bi ya na eja na wakai eye actress Moisha Budon na se say the face no wo mu ne de and afem abrantepa ono abedwafo mu nsom na mu nto asoman da se ne amabroni be san so aba.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the tidbits and more. For more of these stories, visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com. I mean, I'm free by the honor, you are the best start.
Amabroni, I'm not a no. I don't know how much these days, meaning the cost of the, but sometimes arguments need to go on. It's difficult for some of us to comment and to say the actual things that we really want to say to him. How is not winning awards causing depression for artists? Waka say you nominate 8 or more or 7 categories chenchina okofi and so the bakoko to kill your depression. You and I know say game name to say when you won't say you nominated in various categories, but what ebi ejuma ebro ebi DSO. And there's also the public vested in this. And if you don't encourage your fan base and someone to abamau, and if you don't catch the eye of the board and the academy now, how are you expected to be coffee? And then you come and tell us that cause depression. I don't know me who analogy no. And no me organizer I was in Shabaku Mobia. No beyond coffee ni usafi they actually evenly. But and yes sir, you're highly competitive. If you don't get involved or fans involved, now we can push you works. I don't see how you're going to go home with awards. Now, Shatawale name, Mad Love 29 name. Check Mummy and home. Mumma and dream, who ye in 2021 muse, a baby, you, I don't know, Cameron's means me, you see, and same be. I feel my sheer Dan Oka, wait, me, and I will far be my way. Shatawale worry Tiana.
On worry
no. It as long as on worry girl, she has every right to do what she wants. First on any banner. And just the need for what we busian for. And it's on no shana say we wasting the time. No full save you or new people I mean endorse a song of Obia worry and born. So that is the nappy and the endorse. But it's about time my mama will come up and say, oh, but on China on worry now. On your she has, the freedom to move around. And that girl too, she must be stopped. We are not, Massa, we won't give you that time. We need rest out. We have other fruitful things to talk about. So they should keep quiet over there. They should take several seats, we don't have time. Maybe I'm spilling secrets. No, it's not careful. Spilling secrets. Master, we don't have time for me camera. We mean
when he says it, he should keep quiet over there. Nania was watching his phone.
And the way he turned every day now, you know, excuse me, say bitching around. What is this?
Nana.
How?
I'm right here. I said, Nadia.
Wafa ya nteme.
Hey, it was good.
Engineer oteni and we
had
the way I was full ya.
Boko nsem ha obri mu. Nze o say kan adin from.
Obi na me and I say or can secretary.
To can is secret.
Ebe boa GDP ebe manage hifa.
Asemu. I want to two things.
Yenko.
I want to applaud Ifeodo. I think so far Obian Country, I've not really heard people go back to back for it on the Ifeodo issue. So I want to applaud her. The move she made is something that very few celebrities in the world do. Protecting their mental health over their maybe level in life or the persona that they have on the internet. Many celebrities would have maybe faked that they are okay, be online, and then be trying to do whatever they have to do until one day it gets to a point where they can't be helped. Then they are down. The down part is that if it's actually the Fix the Country conversations that probably took it off social media, and it's coming from maybe followers or people on social media, then I would say cool, it happens because we'll be an opinion on social media. But say external commentary and as a conversation be a course maybe a amana bunghua until now say or lay lower, then we are in serious times. Because I've heard what's it say, Abronia or whatever go at a fear or others who have also other people in the political commentary space have also gone like hard. And it's quite unfortunate. Say people cannot have their voices. That's freedom of speech. They can have, but if you're against what they are saying, then you cannot have it. So I just want to believe that political influence, and if you echo into this hiatus and I say hibernation or whatever that she calls it. But I want to applaud her for being smart and taking care of herself. It's very important.
And very necessary.
Yes, and I also tried to interview one other lady. I know can't fix the country agenda. And also kind of same thing. And also she's going off because a few things have threats. I'm not going to use the word to mean threats. When it's too much, so they have to lay low. It's sad that we're in a country where they will not allow us to have our freedom of speech. And I say, if a political commentator from the ruling party can go on radio and attack a citizen who is not affiliated to any party, that I want you guys to do A and B and C for the country, and into the mobile attacking so much so hard that she will not be comfortable in her own skin to live her life on social media now, and she can also eat. You see, I know they deal with the company that were giving her business has been cancelled.
Yeah.
Because if you are not vibrant on the social media,
there's no way you can.
Yeah, because that's why we are paying you for. So, our mama, small girl, I hope say going forward, we will also monitor their space. When they also say something, maybe are born in the media, my fancha. And anytime they come at us, they are because I think they have to also allow people to speak
their minds.
Yeah, what they want to say. The second thing is that I'm not too sure about is the hammer conversation. That's why I asked before we went on air, say, is there a video to what Hammer said?
He made a similar comment when Medical had 7 nominations and walked home with nothing.
You see, listen.
He is thinking about the mental health, like you are applauding Ifeodo, mental health of the artist, having been nominated for like 9 awards, 9 categories, and knowing that, I worked so hard, that's why I had these numbers.
Okay, I make 2 examples. You said if it will make sense to address this issue, and I want to work on the lineup. That was saying, "How much you know?" I said, "Me, I'm my friend. Me, let's see, my friend. It's me, come. Last week, our friend is I think so. Wednesday, he was on our space show.
Yeah.
And shout out to all the guys that came to speak on the space show. Reggie Zippy, Hama, Sadiq Abdullah Abu, DJ Mensa, CEO of Crazy Concept, Mr. Folsom. There was a great conversation on the national agenda policy set by Hama. It was great revelations about
the national agenda, you know.
Yes.
I was the woman.
Debbie, and he was talking about investment.
If you are in a class of 20 and a 50, and you are the first person in the class, now you did the whole school, but boom. Now, when I be 50th, do you get depressed?
50th.
At a certain level.
Yes, at a certain level.
And 50.
Our class.
Our class.
When now
and I also classes.
Yes.
And you get.
The whole
I don't know if depressed is the word, but you get sad. You'll be down. You'll be worried.
Because you're a human being. But you will not say school no the school should have known that when I would be first of class until this school never boom and second also be first. You will not say that.
Yeah.
What am I saying?
I get the analogy.
Okay, there's another example that I want to make. Grammys nominated The Baby. No, BET, 7 nominations. He went home with 0. That same year, he had over 10 hits. The following year, he had another 7. He went home with 0. You understand? I think what he's saying, yes, if I'm an artist and you nominate me 9 categories and I don't get any, as human as I am, it will hit me. Even any artist here, Juma, when you work so hard for an artist and the song that you're working on does not get award, what would you get a bit depressed and I get a bit sad because you're a human being. But to say that, say nominating will be 9, at least 1 for 2 in Kofi, you know. I want to see the video. I don't think Hama will say that. There's no way Hama will say that thing. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I get it.
There's no way Hama will say that because even a lay person who is on the streets, Ghana Music Awards, crap, will be hard to say that. And your award scheme, the fact that you are even nominated, just say what boy Juma, yeah, but could pen bet me really. And it's not the award scheme that should be looked at, it's the commentary that comes from the fans who watch the awards. That is what gets to the artist. The public could do example that you cited in the story on GhanaWeb. You know? I followed that story through and through and through. It wasn't Ghana Music Awards that made Papi sad. It wasn't Ghana Music Awards that made Kim Promise sad when he had 7 and he had none. It was the commentary especially on Twitter. Guys were
trolling him.
Yeah, not just trolling. Like Kim Promise, for instance, there was a picture of him, Kidi, and Kwame Eugene, no more London, after the awards. And Kwame Eugene, I'm the award is Kwame Eugene saying, and I'm the Kidi, they are sharing saying, I'm the Dia Kim Promise in same.
Sally,
how is that?
These social media trolls sometimes.
How is that the fault of an award scheme? What am I saying?
Yeah.
If you are nominated, you are a winner.
Okay, right. So we take a break. When we return, we'll talk about Moesha Budon's conversion. Yes, Cecilia. Or say on Dressy Basa Basa. In fact, some weeks ago, when this whole thing started, she deleted every picture and show parts of her body, and like 1 or 2 pictures are cover up her and in showroom. And as you see, I'm sorry, them wakobo mpaye na you some videos of her on inkofu wedding komo say oni bema bia and nabio kopim say obewari. So we have this to discuss when we return from the break. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away. Welcome back to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantepa. I'm doing this show with Nane Alredu. He's with OnePlayAfrica.com. Vada Educhumwa Boatin is a columnist. The show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. And for pizza, buy one, get one free every Wednesday at all branches. Call Cheesy Pizza on 054-133397. 054-133397. cheesy pizza, your way. And so we want to focus on actress Moesha Budon, who is now a born-again Christian. I'm sure you listened to Ama Bruni's presentation, you've read about this whole issue. In fact, still na developments Tina said this one is the controversy surrounding this whole thing is too much. Mami says free Vida.
Mami kind description about the sending me about because I'm who is coming on the show.
Hey, I say more. Kanye.
I'm saying who is coming. I say vicious vociferous. Please, this is the time we need your vividness
in this matter.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give you what you want. Abrantipa.
Mami.
If I may say Moesha Asakano. Me wanna say or your publicity biama asoribi, which is the Revelation Church International now. Instagram no. I saw it as that because then I mean who say oh sorry them on the likes of Salma Mumin, Saligali, Yemi Baba, and one other Joe Metal cry he was at the church. And I was like, well, brand influencing era you will media. The ton sorry. And the Biana Enubina or ye. And see videos ever after that most said no why unkempt bisa Moesha we know Opia kotokelewele wa bonte cry was say ojinem because on one or tonwade what's my say na bibia won hu bia ye bo ho ka o target your ma omoye enti me hu say wig in sheno on nails no makeup ni ko mo yin konko bi sa na fe as a bra bi esensane I mean hu Moesha on a regular day or she santa they don't know me say hey
then
publicity no the senior can one because I say I know ya but me who say all committees use and I'm saying no I didn't ya so me sure now it looks like a who be action a who can and I say of felicity days are numbered into bibi away be was so yan 10 answer na sa da no aye aso to say the work hospital a doctor catch us say oh obusome me answer to die. And when you know to two near ma, baby, I will Japade will be out to two year no be answer Canada. Assembly a walking be other county and son away free as I see swako. And see, in fact, me yam shame because Mrs. Sumidunyame, my pa sorry activities here pa. And I was like, no, I was say a boy lady. Now, Miss Abisa me who say, sorry no, say no, robe no more in. Moesha Abrabo because Obia or point of first one Yankopon Ejeno and now call Yankopon chain. The most easiest way would be say wakwa sorry na altar call. Ya friend say why no person didn't homa na wa babbage now my 5 years to send me cry na jimpa. Obi wo or how akese to na enumu na e wo so ko to me be a so chain ahonhoma hodo no den ho kodom. Some people even almost sacred in prison. What's my say? Ain't only there no. I don't see near a bar. Ye who sa shift no from Sebio slave queen to a sorry cry. Church rat and not church mouse. Me who they ko bar yeah. This has me buy. But then no. Ye na eti ye nearby a do safwa. Ebeka say ohumuye and now vision be a nyakupo yi chen ne say on Nigerian me businessman tycoon bina. A cautious shareholder, you done in a cry, Emma. If you're a spiritual person, issues like this and same be saying, on family, I grow. Because the name is
yeah.
And to me, and my fan I grow so. But then people were chastising a do for say, a didn't know the about public, a saying could to me who privately. And also another option. But if you're a spiritual person, now you know, sir, whom be or why was so can any more bedroom. And son on bedroom, who am I then? Or much but Moesha stories all can he preaching or preaching has to do with a mema or new mother sexual encounters. Anywhere when you who say or they might become a meme be said or monfa. And to know some woman is preaching way in that direction now. you give me the perception say biana do suffer revelation na unya no ya no credit because unka bibia aside enemu asem ne mema asem ni ejapade a wunya free mema nchen a ene wo say watonton enti said you walk say oni bema bia enda biem say arantipa udani Kristonia it doesn't mean say amani emba wakwemu yes you oti ni ukwa no amani edoso na wo bompa ne nyame hu mobo a e do be yi we free ni nyinam and for you to say me ni bema bia nda ahonhom so around they pick up things challenge ni betimi aba ebi kwa na obi ane no asori dem kwa na ne condom wo se oye obi bia ho no be for say me ne no asori dan ba ku mti se ne condom ya valid se me ne koda ade no adwuma da nanim no eso nti wo se oteki care kakra me wo se celebrities na bemu ena ye pese ye boawo ena ya adwemu yare na nsia depression da na fashion ye ba so say obi a sorry a e wo so de no ho bata depression no ba bedwem be ka ensem bia emfata me de me hu ne say asofo akese bi wo man mu a sebi o all social vices no dem hu hihim ansa na nyankopon eje o aba bebi o mo osisi ano I just want to tell her so she's not alone papa bebre ebo kro no ebi num wi ebi ye niema batane no ogina pulpit ni na o preach a o chen say you know what's anya sorry fie fitini kwala. Now there's this bit with Aisha Modi. Aisha aba out and ra aba be kasa say Moisha ye ne dia obegine free Nigerian pastor nsem na Ghana sofo enye krado na o man hwe yi a obi free Nigeria beba begu asofo wo Ghana hanimu ase me ka che Aisha say ye ni Nigeria for ebia na jollof war ene ye wo but eba na sofo a ye nka say ye pe oman a obe kire say ono na sofo ho odin chen obi Nyankopon adom no egu ahodo obi de yare sa obi de ye nyomto obi de ye say obi de ye miracles entini mimi ntina ha en contest say osofo no e na aye Moisha bibi ukan ya kan say Aisha sem papa na ma Moisha concussion bi e oil a wanom ye tikrom ha wo ti America say unye sure say de ukan ya de esi ye pa it's criminal. So baby ma obi to say Moisha poison say on mama na are having erratic behavior around us. Say enye no kre na say papa we say o baby take you on. Say also am obi concussion say on ma. Unim repercussions a ebeba na. Afi osase Moisha ye ne dia na obi eni wo betimi age ade eni dia. Oye wo dia da ben. E wo kwan ben so. Oh, and we have to relax. Get on the state na a woman no. Just change over keke no oye. I mean, obey okay. We mean you say na adwene mu bibi and ebia no how bia ekoma na say trosa we receive it from Ghana for no. And the money yen say oba commit suicide. But then we should also know say anye bia obi aka chere say her days are counted. Ye money ti ase say so Nyankopon je won kwan free say ma oda say ni bia ni obetimi aje won kwan free say.
The answer Mekona also no you made a comment on she saying said only maybe Anna. There's a video that we will play to our viewers. But even before that, some have said that declaration is too extreme for Obi Afena or wire convert. Obi Nati has said that and he's in the video that we'll play. From I know your background. You're very spiritual. You know, yeah. Say and no son. Say vampire boy. Ebasi yemfam man kofo ayemfam. So with that one, with your background, is it how dangerous or otherwise is it for someone to say a new convert to say this thing that I used to do, I am doing them no more. In the case of Moisha. Bible no can say ahonhom money ni to every umu krapona oko kogada momentum. Na wasamba oba be hwe say e kwan bi da ho na wabo
around. It looks as if some no problem ni how our winning and say when me be at multiple times what derive CKB every month. But then the reason why I feel she's saying that is you're so judgmental, say you really feel the grace of God. Nyakopon adom no enye wamba ma papaya from kwano. If we remind her, say, no matter how sins etieno, there is a grace be or no maybe to me a pajawa. I mean, she will not speak the way she's speaking. It will be difficult for because Adiana will tie and then also emotions or feelings be there will be what baby. Now I feel they also mean ye being. What if the temptation a peer sorry what? Elder because say you the empire say and also because say. So we should young glorify Onyankopon grace et free any situation. She shouldn't be quick to make promises. I mean, good. So Onyankopon be kwa pam say bia wo Jimmy may you say. But adia na wom pa afi wo jai no a gradual process.
Nana, when Agrada said she had seen Christ, he said it's a script. Do you see this as a script, or this one appears to be real to you?
Very good one. I think the Agrada incident, everything, like I said, was well written, but just badly acted out and delivered, because she gave herself a title, Prentem Manahum Sofudi. You get me? And all that. So that's why the Agrada thing, a lot of us believe. Even today, you have not seen anything new from her. It's still the same Abozage, you know, movements that's just going on. The Moisha case is quite interesting because there's already a case that has happened in the world with a quote unquote a very powerful person, similar case, and in 2014 to 2015 a rapper called Kanye West went through a similar thing. It started from there where he became so paranoid around a lot of things, and people didn't understand what was happening to him. In his paranoia, he became arrogant, more arrogant. Those who know Kanye's story can check his interview with Power 106, the Breakfast Club, where they were trying to tell him that you are getting too arrogant, and he got pissed. Fast forward, he had the same issue with Sway, you know, and look at now why a bit sober, and then on this way, so hey, you don't have the answers, Sway. You don't have the answers, Sway. You don't have the answers. 2016, in realizing who he's trying to become, he says also a gospel album. Na gospel album no, the album cover no, na a tour that and then nimye toketwa. It's called The Life of Pablo. But the first song was Ultra Light Beam, featuring Kirk Franklin. Christians in America went hard on Kirk Franklin, to the extent that it was difficult for Kirk at a point to make an appearance to perform the song with Kanye, except a few TV appearances. After some time, Kirk explained, he said he's not going to leave his brother because the brother was going through an encounter with God. It took Kanye from 2016. It took him about 3 to 4 years to fully come out from that encounter that he had with God in 2014-15 there, right? Today, he's a man of God, not like an ordained pastor, but somebody that takes Christ very serious and all that. What I'm trying to say is that when somebody experiences God, the level of things where the person goes through, if you don't take time, you quickly go and put the person in a psychiatric hospital. Because for Kanye West, they were giving him medicine, mental treatment, and the more they treat him, the more he gets worse. All the medicines that they give him to take to suppress his whatever mental and work off and not all worse. So he stops taking. When he stops taking them, he's fine.
Wow.
Yeah. Moesha's issue is like the Kanye West thing. Whoever led her to salvation, after the salvation, what was she told? It's very important. When there's an altar call at church and you are given the chance to become born again, when they finish, they give you to somebody who helps you to understand what you've just gone through. Yes or no?
Yes.
Whatever she was told, that is my first point. Say, I will say what you say. I will say what you say. I will say what you say. Whatever she was told, we have to find out that thing. Because that is the first trigger of whatever actions.
I say, I'm money some indoctrination.
Yes. Whoever the church gave to, say, when I be a handler for Moesha, they will catch Moesha after the salvation. They will say, "What me catch her? Need me boy girl." Because baby, come.
Me try Abrantipa.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a notion. When I catch yourself, want to me born again, my brow be Range Rover. Anything I was out to Tom when I'm near my D here and son, I wait to me a dinner meet here for field.
Or when is a one for my personal.
No, it's over fat trotro.
And it's also fat trotro.
That's why what she said is very important. Whoever gave the girl the led her to the salvation, whatever, or 24 council and only one pine, then we'll catch her Moesha. Was she jealous? Because if you go to church a lot, most of the time people quote unquote who are in the public eye who are doing, or not even girls or boys who are doing well in church. That's it, maybe 2 or more. Of course, you see, we know how people react to them. Then I'll catch a girl. No? After that, what has been the constant conversation with Mo on her changeover? So if any man being in Christ is a new creature, right?
Yeah.
Until all things are passed away. So you should start like now. Over to me, I catch and say, Joe, all things are passed away. Who hears our range, you know? Who hears our, you know? You may never know. But what did she also do in helping Moesha to understand the process she's about to go through? Abantie, if you live a certain lifestyle and all of a sudden you want to change, it won't happen. No. You have to say.
And ask for your
sure, it won't happen. Hey, Abantie now, who die be apartment mu, it be ma, live so well, right? Who post a picture. I said I took a car. Once I'm bad, I say come Moesha to come from to okay.
Yeah.
When I saw to Masana
there's this bit almost say Uncle Deflate at one.
Yeah.
Sure, Abrantipa. So what's it?
No, but
life was action. No near the last year. Oh no, the interviews or yeah, no catch and say on one fat.
And I'm training.
And I watch the Asha and yeah, seems to be a silicons. Be and I say. Panebu until one fat dear Munjano. If we don't order to Casseco having a possible
thing.
So leave her.
This is my stand on it. I've said it everywhere. I can't change it. It's a very dangerous stand I've taken, but I say it everywhere I go.
Which is
if Moesha goes back to the world, all Christians have failed.
How?
I'm telling you.
How?
I stand by it. I will change it. I'll give you an example, right? The church, whether it's fake or correct, represents us as Christendom. One. The pastor, whether fake or correct, represents us as Christians. Two. Whoever is her handler represents us as somebody who knows the Bible. Into Wabuano. Now, Mo is a public figure, right? And then that's my bay, about medium. I don't want to talk about all that. What I'm saying is, a certain love and a certain belonging will change Moesha's approach. All the things that has been said by Vida today is something that if everybody in the Christendom, right, is making her know that you don't have to lose your big breast, you don't have to lose your big ass. You have to actually. Who says Christ is boring? When I see people do that, I get very angry. Who says God is boring? Who says if you're a Christian, you must be poor and wear some kind of shoe, wear some kind of slippers? Are you serious? Who says you cannot drive a Range Rover and look and be a Christian and feel cool? It is a wake-up call to all of us. I heard somebody, I won't mention the person's name, I heard a pastor or a young pastor say on Peace FM that or say Moisha corner sorry hona muje no doctrine and then nobody can interfere and I'm saying yes, you have a point. But Christians have used that doctrines, belief, and have a base of divisions. That's why even gospel artists can win Artist of the Year, yet they have to still fight to defend it in public space. Because you're never but you see, if I do better, like I say, show me a life, be a comment section to any people here on the comment section. As against putting a stone boy or a sack on your show and opening the comment section. It tells you who we are as Christians. If I've been on a show with Akase Brempong before, and we opened the phone lines, I dared him, I said, I want to open the phone lines and see how many Christians will bombard this phone line so that the unsaved person will believe that what you're doing is your ministry. So that he will see you as powerful as sack or stone. Because you are our sack or our stone. Do you know that?
Yeah.
We opened the phone lines, not even a single call for 10 minutes. Not a single call for 10 minutes. Division is not way you mono. This thing is gradually, it's one of the things that is exposing us to it. Exposing it. And I'm going to some funny story. I don't talk about the no. I see some funny story, right? That is funny story. I say, so for now, I say, we use a draw or Moisha. So, what is that story? Say, the draw of Jit Nivia. And people are happy, you know. One call, sorry, Papa, and then call Bahaseya. That's why I said what I said, that if Moisha goes back to the world, because you see, if we open our arms and like what she has said here, so we'll be including there are people on social media who are Christians, but they are mocking her. There are people who are Christians on radio and TV, and they're putting her on a chopping board and they are chopping her.
But I tend to believe, say, there's been some sort of indoctrination via Akoso. Because of a so funny life, no. Say, I didn't know say any na mama not to actually. Now I can't body now or genie.
So she cannot believe whoever
or genie man bonini guni boni. So she now wants to end it all. But then, Tessa, God will judge you. God will judge you now. So there is grace, there is mercy. When you mean say. So preach that to the people. Now I don't think I'm brain quite sorry no because when him say no, Korea dear. But if you are now ready and now bora sorry now tinya me asema, you can have a change of mind and I'll be jai chronobo. Yeah, sorry to say oh yeah, the place for the righteous only. I'm a sophobic to the extent say utiri hairstyle be why your dreadlocks it's me pamu si abontin say member nyami fie. Na Yakopon ba say so no wa afen.
See, before you go,
I don't know why people do that.
Listen.
I don't understand.
Before you go, right? Unim Kewa.
Yeah.
The producer.
Highly spiritual.
Yes. He came under attack.
Yeah.
Say, well, yeah, Obi Obo, we are now a cotton Mike say what old preach. And a serious attack. And then Isud Anaba did a preaching and Kewa shared it. Reverend Isud Anaba was explaining how you can be an accountant in your church, in your office, and still be a man of God or still be a Christian. You don't have to stop what you do because you're a Christian. That video Kewa thought would have actually help people to understand what you're doing. Share comment section now. I am saying, and I'll say it again, if Moisha and any other repentant celebrity goes back into the world, like how we lost Oforian Ponsa, I don't like people Lord Kenya together. It's not by chance, it's by grace. Niso, Kese, and all these guys who have gone into Christian music, who are not mainstream Christian artists, and if they were secular artists, and if jealousy is an emotion that anybody feels, they will see their fellow that they are better than, sitting in a range and they are walking to church, and it will take them back to the street. If Mo goes back, we have all failed Moisha as Christians.
Yes. A fetish priest came to Masori, or Comforba Masori. We gave her the microphone to speak. Yam Pamono. Say also busum na didn't na Nyankopon buy opa for the light no. So if Mo has seen the light, don't condemn the lady.
There are two videos that I want to show you. There is one that was Obi Nati's submission. Obi Nati is a pastor with yes.
It was the one I was referring to about the doctrine thing.
Okay.
But since I want to play it, when you play, I'll respond to it.
Okay. So Obi Nati is a pastor with the ICGC. And then we had an interview with Councillor Adofoli on what people around Moisha should be doing now in order to help her with whatever she's going through. Let's watch. We'll be back to discuss it.
I don't know, baby, Moisha, all of a sudden she's on social media. That's one of my problems. At this time, we a new convert. What about from? There are things you don't even engage yourself in. But you're wrong. What is trending is that I will not sleep with any man again in my life. General, they should be able to guide her till now. Oh, our life. But also, I didn't know we jai. And I will cost you a baby. And almost okay. Wow. We are leading you to Christ. Now, in that leadership style, now environmental is to guide you to grow from being a child of God to a mature child of God. And it's not done anywhere. You can't convert today and pick a Bible and say, you need to be guided. Maybe where I see a child, you have to go through certain things. Sometimes I say, baptism, you have to come in. Maybe there are processes for new converts. And said the lady is still going through because it is too early for us to be seeing such videos and such comments from her. As about say, I want to go there because I have say, me know behind that. So when that young cry, I told them we go through stuff. Maybe because I'm by Obia Christopher, we go through temptations. So you don't come declaring such things at Ebeko social media. You see, oh yes, Anna. Oh yes, Anna, you open yourself up more to certain demonic attacks. And then the pass on the Abami line. You open yourself to certain demonic attacks. I'm merciful. After no who say other spirits be why engage that. Be a these spirits begin to rise and they'll come and test you. So if you are not strong, if the foundation I say foundation, you go back. There are so many people who claim they have converted and they still go back because and you to me and you you have to submit to that grace.
We all human beings, one thing that we struggle with is change. Change is not easy. So what Moshe is talking about is he has had a spiritual encounter that is now born again, saved in the spirit. So there are ways she needs to live her life now to fit that new calling, which is becoming a struggle. First, we're hearing stories like she has let go of the houses, she has let go of cars and so forth to fit that kind of lifestyle you want. But things that she cannot let go is the memory, the past, the friends, all these things are there. So at this point in time, she's navigating with all these people, the experience and other things. The question we are asking, does he have a friend that you could count on, share, talk? Maybe she's not having that. And it's combining all this together. It might be a very difficult situation to go through. Your counseling will be able to help her, but we need a friend, a support system, especially if we have a good Christians at home, somebody should just adopt her as a good friend. Help her in a fellowship, help her with the reading of the Word of God, at least so that she can mature in that faith. She's just a newborn now. If she's not getting that support, she could go for counseling and come back with a relapse. If she's not getting that support, you can go to the hospital and come back. In a few days, you will start behaving the way she is behaving now. So the good support system will help her. That could be friends, it could be the family from the church, mother, father, whoever he has found, who will be there to share, who will be there to carry her along, encourage her. And again, I wish she would take a break from this social media stuff. So have a personal reflection about her life and a new phase of life now. It's rather unfortunate and it's painful when you see people going through things that you don't understand. The least you could do is to mock at them or laugh at them. We should have a bit of empathy to be there for people, at least encourage them. If you can't say anything good to her, just allow her to go through her phase of life. It will be good to leave her like that than to say negative comment, which will have negative effect on her. So I wish people or Ghanaians will be more decorum, will be more friendly, more human being, who will call or support her, give her a word of encouragement, or say a prayer for her.
Right, so you saw Obi Nati and then Councillor Adufoli expressed their views on the issue. The Obinati's video, kind courtesy of Peace FM, and then we had that interview with Councillor Adufoli. Nana?
Sorry, fine like Camilo Toko. When Kitty was in the news, for losing out on the Artist of the Year to Daniel Hamilton, and Christians, right, said, you think you can go against God and win? I saw that comment myself, so many of them. Anna, you think you can beat this and do that and do this and do that and do this and do that? In the midst of all that, Christians knew that, oh, they made the boy feel so bad that he had to go on radio, Hits FM, to go and say that, and yes, to go and save himself because it was getting too much for him. Do you know what his church did to him?
No.
Do you know Kiddy's church? ICGC. Which church is Obinati a pastor of?
ICGC.
Do you know what they did?
What
they
did
put
they
out a post and said to the boy that we haven't seen you in church for a while now.
Oh, sir, I never saw it.
Yes. They did, to the extent that they story or one play. They did. They put out a post.
Okay.
ICGC put out a post.
Yes.
I didn't see.
No, I didn't.
Oh no, I can't say. I'm just saying that I didn't see.
I am responsible for my comments. 027 111 117 because I have evidence.
Councillor Lutra.
So they made a post. They made a post. You understand? I am using them as an example because Obi made a comment on Peace FM. Say, I sorry now. A jail a year more ne omuasem, and that they have done what they can just share a video. They were sharing the videos and they said, oh, you are welcome, blah 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 blah. If Christians could have come together at the time we just started saying, I have repented, like, but now we will not be where we are. It is what I was saying before. It's the division and as Christians. Say, oh, you're Pentecostal, me apostolic. So you and I, we have different beliefs and doctrines. Listen, let me tell you something. It's a Bible. When I read Matthew 7:7, how I understand it would depend on how you understand it. I respect that. How you would preach on it is different from how I will preach on it. I respect that. But however we are all preaching it, our end goal is to tell the unbeliever that Christ is Lord. Therefore, we are all one under one. We are all one in this circle. So it's not about beliefs and doctrines. I said it on somewhere that if big pastors like Pastor Odro, all this while one I
think I saw an article so he's praying for her.
No, we don't need the prayer. We need his voice in the space.
Oh, is it always the case that I have to come out?
I will come to you. I'll tell you why.
If I'm praying for you,
I will tell you why. I'll tell you why we need his voice in this.
Why do you need his voice?
Oh,
he's inviting her over.
When was that? Nancy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Recently,
do you know why we needed them, all of them, their voice in the space?
Why?
Because the mockery, the ridicule was getting bigger than the actual purpose of the girl's repentance. A city here, and I might get no depression anymore because she felt like the society that I am coming to is not ready for me. If I am me and my church responsibility, then I'll die. Because it's not my church responsibility. I am a celebrity one too. If I had gone to sleep with a man and my issue had come, but every church member, whether you are apostolic or they will laugh at me. I have come to the space, say I have seen God, and you have seen people laugh at me, and you are leaving me alone. Let me make this very another dangerous example, right? Sense of belonging is very important in this world. Sense of belonging. Say it to him, me raha, na me tia good morning. Now we'll be in female. I feel uncomfortable, uneasy. I have to go out and sit somewhere. Until I see somebody I know in this space who says, Nana, oh, what's up? I see you keep. Then that uneasiness goes away. The ridicule in the system at the time, when Mo said, I have repented, and then drive video by you. I'm talking about the time she started saying, I have repented, and she started deleting the photos, and she started inviting her celebrity friends, like what you saw, to their church that has saved her. At the time, the people were laughing at her and saying, oh, they're only men and Dana. He said, so at that time was when the men that held the system down. Pastor Joe is very influential. Walk up viral on so many occasions. Some have been used even in funny ways. So he's very, very respected in that space. And a video to welcome her, it doesn't matter my church. And all the negative comments should have been that, Mo, we are inviting you, we want to see you. When powerful people like that begin to speak for her, and it comes to social media, one more was social media second and who said, no, I didn't grow a serious.
But he says, say, jam,
yes, I get you. What I'm saying is very serious. Listen to me. I'm very passionate about Christ. I don't joke with that. Yes, I am.
But you love the big butts.
Yes, me papa. Because I don't just me go heaven. What am I saying? I don't just me papa. Me philia. But on a serious note, if churches, not all churches, I mean influential pastors on some churches had come out early, right, to say, sister, bless you for seeing Christ, the trolls in the media would have gone down. The story would have been, pastors welcome Moisha Budong to Christendom. That would have changed the conversation today. Whoever was misleading her, let's say she was being misled. A moment a pastor Odro says, I'm inviting you to my church, at the time the thing was beginning, whoever was misleading the person would have sat down correct. Say, I don't know. AI is serious. I'm not saying Mensa Utabo should do a video for Moisha, but it would have been sweet to see a tweet or something from any member of the ICGC family, from the Pentecostal family, from the Apostolic family, to say Mo, because there are people like Mo who have not come out, but they are born again. I'll give you an example. When she was on radio, xylophone, and she made a similar comment, and everybody there say, oh yeah, it's way, or can't say. Now she does more for God, and she goes to church. She's even trying to do activities in the church. All of us in the space, we are all Christians, by the way, as pundits though. And so then Wendy will start to feel uneasy, because when you say there was no Muslim in our mess. We are all Christians. She feels uneasy right now. Now she has to cover it back by saying, but it doesn't change her from singing her secular song. Then everybody's okay. Society itself, when a soul is repenting, they don't want the soul to repent. It's in the Bible. They will not let a soul change to Christ because they don't want to lose their member. They are in the world. They won't. It won't be easy for you. But if we are helping them to mock the people that we are always going into the world to preach to, then what are we doing as Christians?
Vida, let's conclude on this. The video you watched then.
Martina and I was excellent point made. The focus of Ghana Fund was on the fellow celebrities to come out to say we support you in it. Babrantipa, Efana so odiomo kotiche. Efana Moisha so munsa ediomo koma ememebi. Enti sa fana they cannot come out to say we are with you because ono oje omo we chi ono mo gusu wo. Omo meto anu we nim ho. Enti no ye besre. So those who are saying, a list of people that she led to other men in Bano, yes, from victimization, a bed also, let us keep it as a TNA. Obinati, well, in the statements I selfish kaka, say, or say, I wasafuna, say, we are wasafuna, I think that we all have to come together as a Christophona, young general, our to me, mom dear. Maybe inviting about mason. I mean, you can wear trousers, you can put on dreadlocks, you can anything that you want. That's a Glorious Word International. Sunday, I mean, nobody is going to judge you, look over your shoulders and say, "Share Bonnie." You need to tell you Bonnie. Now, Papa yana cry, and Bible said to send to my goofy one in so. And you know, Papa yana drew him, but I am church and a leading me part two or quite panaso. So she should come.
Right, so that's it for the Moisha discussion. Reminder that the show is brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Now, Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices to smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag meatballs, and for pizza, buy one, get one free every Wednesday at all our branches. Call Cheesy Pizza on 0544 133397. 0544 133397. Cheesy Pizza, your way. That's how we draw down the curtain for this episode of Bloggers Forum. But before we go, GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. Anabwa Hassan. We have called for entries, and so from July 5 to August 31, you can nominate people for various categories. There are 17 categories up for grabs. So when you visit our website, www.ghanaweb.com, you get the forms there. If you open a story, you see a link to a banner beneath the story that you can click, and then it will take you to the nomination forms for you to nominate. 17 categories. Nomination is unlimited. You can also send your nominations through awards@ghanaweb.com. awards@ghanaweb.com. Nominate whoever you think deserves a nomination for any of the categories. I've been on the show with Nanea 18, aka Nanea Redu, aka George, Nanea Udia, back in the day. Why are they back? So one tier, oh, sir. Okay. But the Dutch Mwabwatin is a columnist. The show has been sponsored, or the show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Get your pizza from all their branches. They are in Dansuman, La Paz, Ring Road, Osu, Adenta, and enjoy the pizza. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Thank you for watching.
That particular fateful day, the Jina Bontin say uncle.
Okay.
Obi Antobo, Obi Anye Bibi.
So it wasn't a violence demonstration?
No, not violence. Even not more than 2-3 hours.
So you didn't get any notification? No letter was handed over?
No letter. Since
no letter,
up to
no
date,
mail.
no letter, no mail. Up to date. About 3 or 4 people have got stroke.
Those who you were with?
Yeah. Because of the pressure. With somebody like me, my wife, and our brother. The painful thing is that when this thing happened, my wife was conceived.
At the time you got fired, your wife was pregnant?
Pregnant. She was 3 months pregnant. But so at you're young to me, any problem. But the other said, yes, some can young corner. You don't find my new jail.
My very first job was teaching at St. Augustine's. My father was a catechist and a school teacher, a head teacher. My mother was a baker and a seamstress. I acted in Inspector Bediako and then Yes Matron.
Did you have any subjects that you hated?
Hated?
Yes.
Chemistry.
He's not the one who would, the type of, lecturer who would spoon feed you. He makes you think.
Thanks to people like Professor Martin also, I was a complete theater. Everything that we had gone through had made me ready for the market.
What else do I need to say that I've been celebrated enough? More than enough.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
continue thriving and obviously achieve higher. And everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes, they will still do very well.
Hello, my name is Kofi Otri Dakwa, and I'm very excited to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Once you get behind your steer, you should know that you're not the only one that you're protecting, you're also protecting other people. So please conform to what you see on the road in terms of the speed limits, go by the speed limits. Another thing I'd like to say is that please, no matter how small it is in terms of alcohol, once you know you're going to drive, don't drink. So go ahead, do the right thing, save a life.